The World Around Summit will begin shortly. Please take this time to silence any devices. Please welcome to the stage Cyra Levenson.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's hard to see you, but I know you're there. I am Cyra Levenson, the Deputy Director and Director of Education and Public Engagement here at the Guggenheim, and so pleased and honored to have you with us this afternoon for what will be an amazing day. First of all, as we all know, Earth Day is every day. Today is just a reminder of that fact. It's also a moment for us to step back and see the incredible efforts taking place around the globe to preserve our planet and to face the crisis that we have created for ourselves and all other species. We're here with each other in conversation, even or especially when the conversations are difficult, challenging. We're here to work together on problem solving, and maybe most importantly for today, to celebrate as loudly as we possibly can the leaders and thinkers and doers who are with us today, showing us what's possible. And this is exactly what this incredible space that we're in was designed for, to convene so that we can think and that we can see what we can't yet bring into existence. And to do that guided by artists, by architects, and now young climate thinkers. The Guggenheim is committed to sharing our stage and our platforms in order to amplify voices of the visionary thinkers and creators of our time, and that's part of what we were founded on. Today's program, as you know, is presented and organized with our incredible partner, The World Around. We've teamed up together over the past 3 years because we have a shared commitment to social, environmental, and spatial justice. Beatrice Galilee, the founder and director of The World Around, is an incredible partner, and I'd like to thank her, as you all will in a moment, for her thought leadership, her intrepid spirit, and her vision to bring this incredible event to life. I'd also like to acknowledge the many people who've made it possible for the program to be presented to you today, my colleagues who run our theater, the visitor services, operations, security, education teams that make it possible for all of us to be here together today. And I have to say a special thanks and with deep gratitude to the public programs team who I work closely with every day, led by Jennifer Yee, including Jackie Popchis, Alan Seiss, and Lelia Migi, who you will meet outside if you haven't already. I'd also like to thank our trustees and the leadership team who support the mission of this institution, and in particular to the president of our board, Wendy Fisher, who is the key sponsor and leading our sustainability initiatives here at the Guggenheim. And lastly, my profound gratitude goes to our speakers who have traveled near and far to get here for their courageous and visionary work. Just a couple of quick housekeeping notes before I turn over the stage. We have audience members joining us in person, and we have some joining us online. For those of you who are in the room, please silence your cell phones. For the program, we'll have sporadic breaks, and there's a program in the back of the auditorium if you don't have it in a piece of paper in front of you. And for those of you joining online, we welcome you. Please feel free to share your comments with us. We'll be responding throughout the day. And before I leave the stage, I want to repeat something that I said at our convening in 2021 and again 2022. To notice is a privilege and a responsibility. To not notice is a sign of privilege. I recognize that we stand on Manahata, traditional territory of the Lenape Nation. I also recognize that our gathering today in the digital space requires resources from the land that come at a cost to our planet, and that we must consider this carefully as our investment in technologies grow. With that, please join me in welcoming Beatrice Galilee to the stage, and thank you so much for being here today.
Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello. On behalf of the world around, thank you so much for joining us today. It's very nice to see you all in person. It has been 3 years since we were able to host a conference with everybody here in person. Our last one was January 2020. So it feels great to have so many people here in the room with us. Thank you to the Guggenheim, our partners in organizing and presenting this conference today. You've been invaluable partners to the world around, and your support and encouragement has made our organization thrive through these difficult last 3 years. This is a particularly special year because it is the inaugural cycle of the World Around's Young Climate Prize, a program not only dear to me as a curator and educator, but one of profound importance to us as a nonprofit organization. It embodies the fundamental values of the world around, and you will hear more about that later this afternoon. We chose to meet on Earth Day because the world around recognizes that regardless of geography, industry, education, or background, we all share a collective responsibility to the planet. The real challenge for each of us is to find our role, our response to our personal response to the climate emergency. In the field of architecture, we've come to understand that our work comes with one or two choices. Can we help or can we harm? With every project, we engage and make a choice to do one or the other. And today's speakers speak to that choice. Each of them is profoundly interested in securing a safe and thriving future for our planet, and they're using design as a tool to solve a variety of challenges, sometimes using problems to solve problems. We're going to hear today about topics that range from hybrid technologies to avocado industry cycles to underwater habitats, striking educational spaces, infrastructure, media, world building, planting trees in the desert, which perhaps is a metaphor a little bit for what we do at the world around. At our core, the world around's fundamental premise is a belief that we need to engage and promote the future thinkers, not just the known. We believe that the voices that are here today underscore the polarity of architecture today and also give us hope for a brighter future. We believe that from the conversations that emerge from these relationships, we can create bridges that help the best ideas to rise to the top. We believe that architecture and design must not be created and controlled by a small community of privileged, even though we very much enjoy everyone gathering here together. It's of fundamental importance to us to create and make these programs available for everybody and available online. And that's why this whole event has been broadcast with our partners Dezeen and also is available on our YouTube channel. Like planting trees in a desert, we know that is only when we nurture ideas and give them voice and an opportunity to thrive and grow that we can create meaningful and actionable change. This is our role, and this is our response to the climate emergency. Today, we're going to start with session 1, which has a really exciting lineup coming up. We're going to start with a friend and collaborator of mine, Tosin Oshinowo. I visited her in Lagos at the end of last year. She is the chief curator of the Sharjah Architecture Triennale, which takes place in November. And their practice is dedicated to examining traditions of architecture to include the majority world that has been systematically ignored by the canon. Her work is about creating space for solutions that are built from conditions of scarcity. And these approaches prioritize an understanding of impermanence and inventiveness, something that the world around passionately shares. Throughout the rest of the session, the way that it works is that everyone will come on back to back, so it will be kind of fast-paced presentations, very short presentations. So after that, we will hear from Andrés Jaque, the Dean of GSAP at Columbia University, and someone whose ideas have very much influenced my own. We will hear about an extraordinary new space of education in Madrid, and we will also hear about an extraordinary community building initiative in Colombia. And we'll also hear the story of a fantastic landscape architect, Deema Assaf, whose work in Jordan, I think, will inspire us all. Finishing this session, we'll have a real treat. We'll hear from Devlin, who will be presenting from London, a fantastic and really visionary stage designer. And part of the idea of this session about gathering is also about the idea that the way that we present, the way that we share, and the way that we convene has a real influence on the way that we think and the way that we feel. And closing out this session, we'll have a conversation about the amazing TV show, The Last of Us, where we'll hear from the production designer as well as visionary architect Leong and curator Lucia, who will be presenting and conversing around the idea of this amazing TV show that has inspired us all. So from TV shows to deserts to schools and universities, I really hope that you enjoy this first session. I will be back to introduce the second session. And first of all, welcome to Tosin Oshinowo and welcome to the World Around. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Tosin Oshinowo.
Good afternoon. My name is Tosin Oshinowo. I'm an architect, and I run a practice in Lagos called CM Design Atelier. Lagos is one of the most populated cities in Africa, with 15.3 million people. I am Yoruba, a West African ethnic group which inhabits Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. If you've watched the 2022 movie, The King Women, the Yorubas were the bad guys. Outside of Africa, the Yoruba diaspora consists of two main groupings. The first, who were dispersed into the New World between the 16th and 19th centuries, notably to Cuba and Brazil, and the second, a recent group of migrants who emigrated to the United Kingdom and United States following some significant economic and political changes in the continent from the 1960s upwards. I mention my ethnicity because it's synonymous with my existence. These statues are called Ere Ibeji. Ere Ibeji is an Orisha, a deity representing a pair of twins in Yoruba. In our culture and spirituality, twins are believed to be magical and have protection from the Orisha Shango. However, if one twin should die, it's seen as a bad fortune for the parents and the community they belong to. The parents, therefore, commission a Babalawo to have a statue of the deceased twin, and they take care of it like a real person. By Yoruba belief, the firstborn is called Taiwo and the second Kehinde. Taiwo is considered to be younger because Taiwo has been sent by Kehinde to see if the world is fit and good before he or she descends. 1 in 10 births in the southwestern part of Nigeria, where the Yoruba indigenous are twins. My second name is Kehinde. I am indeed the younger twin. I mention this to highlight the importance of context and the relevance of my culture and contextuality, which I intentionally incorporate into my work. I will give this presentation in 4 parts. The first, I will present the principle of Ashe, and then I will go on to highlight this concerning the African context and our architectural evolution. I will then go on to express how it's been shown in my practice, and finally how I relate this as a curator to the 2023 Sharjah Architecture Triennial. Ashe is a philosophical concept that is defined by the Yorubas to represent the power that makes things happen. In effect, it is an affirmation. I relate Ashe in architecture to the intentional contextuality of materiality. How this represents itself is not just the intention to work with nature, but the importance it plays in creating identity and contextuality of place. To understand this, we must appreciate the role industrialization has played in influencing this principle, and the importance of traditional technologies and the tensions between natural constructs and urbanization. Malthus was an economist and demographer, and he had a theory on the relationship between population growth and food supply. Living in the 18th and 19th centuries, he observed that population growth was potentially exponential, while food supply and other resources were linear. His theory was that if food wasn't developed, it would eventually lead to population die-off. Technological advances have allowed for increased supply, and our population has grown beyond exponential. We can see here that from the 1700s, we then now have what we know as the birth of the modern city. This illustration of Benin, constructed between 1800 and 1400 AD, is an excellent example of how most land movement was experienced on foot. With services and supplies concentrated to the center of cities, the developmental radius of the heart of the city was about a mile, about a 30-minute walking distance for a person. This meant that materials used to build, irrespective of a location, were locally sourced. This series of images, taken in the 1970s, is of a palace in Kano, applying the final layer of waterproofing called makuba. The contextuality has a natural cycle of life, like the human body, a process of regeneration and renewal. Pre-industrialization, innovations occurred in contextual materiality, creating architecture with an identity and cultural reference. How do we address and reflect these principles today in our ever-globalizing world? In modernity, how do we encourage innovation contextually through building materials? With this in mind, how can we retain cultural relevance and place and identity? How do we relate contextual materiality towards the requirements of an industrialized world's need for speed and scale? My recently completed project in northeastern Nigeria required a lot of regional travel. I noticed several traditional settlements along the flight path before entering Lagos. It surprised me how many people away from urban areas still live with these principles of contextuality. This Google image taken in 2021 is of one such settlement, alive and well. This is the points in case highlighting the importance of context and culture in architecture. Pre- and post-colonial Africa, the house is the center of the world. For example, our use of spaces centered around an interior, as can be seen from this Dagoma compound, typical of a compound house with many variations across the continent. This research here, done by Nana Ofusu and Bushra Mohammed into the compound house, shows across the continent, though vast and diverse, the sense of community and a social construct is common and reflected in this typology. Even in the modern home today, the layers of public and private space are achieved like their traditional counterpart. But how did this relate to industrialization? Our modernity will continue to be marked by rural-urban migration. As a result, the need for speed and scale is more relevant to sustain our humanity than ever before. But to understand this further, we need to see how industrialization and modernity's role has played out on the continent. To do this, we need to look at colonization. The period between the Second World War into the 1970s saw the liberalization of a continent that resulted in forming economies, developing cities, and largely rural settlements. This liberalization and subsequent cultural emancipation came with a promise of economic prosperity, manifested in the recasting of modernism as nationalism. Modernism offered a blank canvas and an opportunity to build a neo-equitable identity that negated ethnic diversity and cultural expression, which was necessary for African societies emerging from colonial rule. With this came tropical modernism, a design movement creating the modernist buildings that principle climate-conducive design. And this illustration celebrates Maxwell Fry and Jane Drew's work in West Africa. And the breeze block became a symbol of that period. These tessellation pattern-forming blocks use natural air movement between sunny and shaded parts of a building to cool and create privacy. These principles are relevant and appropriate for using concrete in the tropics and supported the nationalist identity. Sadly, in many cases, these schemes negated the temporal context and cultural use of space. Much of Africa has failed to live up to the promise of independence, prosperity, and her cities' modernist ideologies have crippled under the weight of oversubscription. The 80s to 90s saw the tail end of this progressive decade of city infrastructure development across the continent. The challenge here was the prescribed notion that a continent alleviated from colonialism had to catch up with the rest of the world. In addition, regional infrastructure development prescribed by colonialist governance continued to encourage rural to urban migration without upgrading city infrastructure. Tropical modernism can be criticized for not considering African societies' many ways of life and cultural habits. Alas, the principle of the compound house. Modernism should have adopted to culture and not culture to modernism. Many projects of this period negated the natural flow and use of space by indigenous communities in replacement of what at the time was considered progressive. Architects like Alan Vaughan Richards, a British Nigerian, was active in the post-colonial architecture industry, and he incorporated work of Nigerian artists in many of his commissions. In addition, he engaged architects in the potential influence of architectural forms through his magazine, The West African Builder and Architect. Trained at the Architecture School London in the 50s, he studied cultural nuances in architecture in Nigeria, and many of his commissions were hybrids. His house in Ikoyi, close to the lagoon, was influenced by the Hausa village and designed in a modern style, and he gained recognition for incorporative communal spaces in his buildings. Demas Woku has recently been awarded the Golden Lion Lifetime Achievement at the Biennial Architectura 2023, curated by Leslie Loko. An architect and artist, in the 1950s, he formed an art society called the Zaria Rebels with a handful of other prominent artists. Their goal was to introduce indigenous ideas and forms into the post-colonial landscape while simultaneously incorporating a few techniques brought by Westerners. This objective carried on into his practice, where he worked with local materials to create a new distinct design language. This project here is the Dominican Republic Church, which was completed in the 1970s. At the macro scale, the post-colonial African city's expression of public space is another example of cultural reappropriation. Traffic jams as active locations for trade and informal temporal markets are cultural nuances towards the use of space. The need for communal draws relation to the compound house and the layering between the public and the private. Scarcity, a condition we associate with modernity, has formed a basis of existence. And the 80s and 90s saw the innovations coming out of these conditions. Nifemi Bello's project, The Designer's Utopia, has been cataloging these collective contemporary knowledges through the indigenous products produced by scarcity. And now I shall relate Ashe to my practice. The United Nations Development Programme commissioned us to design a rehousing scheme for 500 homes with support facilities for a community that had been displaced in the northeastern part of Nigeria by the Boko Haram insurgency. Boko Haram is an Islamic militant organization based in the northeastern part of Nigeria and is also active in Chad, Niger, northern Cameroon, and Mali. To put this in perspective, I'm from Lagos in the Christian South, to Borno in the Muslim North, where there's heightened security concerns. Nigeria has a diverse group of ethnicities, 250 to be precise, and I had never been to the northern part of Nigeria, and I approached this project with a clear emphasis on understanding its context. This is a Kanuri village, close to the site of our proposal. The exact location, the donations for this project came from Germany, the United Kingdom, France, and the European Union, and this funded the project. The Borno state government also had to be satisfied with the design scheme, but as an architect, my priority was the community as end users. I immersed myself in the culture of Borno, specifically the Kanuri community I had designed for. I spent time with them in the internally displaced people camps, observing how they lived, worked, interacted, and played. I was reminded that irrespective of the lottery of birth, it is human to aspire for better conditions. I visited buildings that were built with the traditional techniques, as well as other resettlement projects, to understand what had worked and what hadn't, so to speak. I paid attention to understanding the importance of culture and the importance of designing for religious practice. I listened. I was particularly fascinated by the Kanuri women and their intricate needlework with the Bam Bam cap. The Bam Bam cap is men's headwear worn with traditional dress, indigenous to the Kanuri, but has become a favorite across Nigeria's many ethnic groups. With knowledge passed down for generations, these women are experts at creating tessellation patterns using a series of matte sequins through colored thread. Each cap takes about 3 to 4 weeks to produce, and they're as diverse as the human thumbprint. My interest in this aspect of their culture formed a running thread from which I drew inspiration. In addition to my observations, I also observed that the traditional building typologies and layouts. As a Muslim household, there is an emphasis on the separation of public and private. This image here shows the Zahuri, a reception building where male visitors are received and should have no lines of sight to the inner compound where the women of the household have privacy. It was essential also to conduct comparative analysis of traditional and contemporary land allocations within each unit, and to create the right balance between needs and construction costs. The Zahuri and the compound house form the basis of the housing units in my proposal. Several other considerations were made. For example, the construction had to be swift and delivered in less than a year, as part of a stabilization scheme prioritizing security for the community. We needed to design specific for the constraints of speed and scale. As such, building materials are contemporary, but as a composition, they are respectful and acknowledging of place. The scheme required the design to work climatically and prioritize the principles of cross-ventilation with rooms and the roofing structure. The climatic condition is Sahel savanna, with little canopy cover and shade. The Kanuri tessellation patterns as design inspiration were used to create much-needed shaded spaces. The provision for facilities to encourage economic reliance were provided to the community through this marketplace. And education as a bedrock to society was included here, as you can see the students in their crisp new uniforms. Classroom facilities were also designed to inspire and celebrate the unique culture of the Kanuri people. Where the insurgency's priority had been to stifle education, the provision for development is at the forefront of countering such causes of insurgency. The police station is positioned as a place of convergence, and physically and figuratively is essential for a community. But here I want to highlight the importance of color in this project. As part of my early meetings with the community, I met with the Bale, who is the community head, and asked what their color preferences would be. Color plays an essential role in our experience of space, and it felt natural to inquire. As we sat underneath the neem tree in a school constructed by the local government, he pointed to a color which is known as Abuja brown. In my research regarding traditional technologies, I realized that this is the color of their traditional walls, made from the local earth. And the expectation the community required was actually yearning for the familiar. In this project, no paint was used. We achieved this textured color by a combination of local soil, sourced from down the road, cement, and a bonding agent. The community moved into the homes in October 2022, and the feedback so far has been positive. The long-term goal is that the intention is to foster development for a community by providing a sustainable platform for economic growth, and most importantly, give people the dignity by offering them homes that provide members of a community cause to be house proud. It took a madman of yesterday for us to be able to act with extreme clarity today. I want to be one of those madmen. We must dare to invent the future. What we learn from contemporary Africa's challenges is a lesson on the importance that architecture cannot be the premise of a top-down discipline. The indigenous traditions of a region, collective knowledge born out of daily practice and resolve, are innovations and ingenious coping mechanisms. Therefore, responding to a site should not be the solution based on understanding of the environment alone, but the cultural nuances of the location and attention to the material and contextuality of place. Africa must not be seen to be attempting to catch up with modernism, but modernism with the continent. As the rest of the world faces similar challenges due to our current climate crisis, the continent's resilience is a case of an alternative approach. Our innovations are based on ingenuity, materiality, and contextual relevance. The challenge they face is their lack of acquiescence to industrialization. And this, the potential scaling, is pivotal towards our global solutions. And now I shall present how I relate this principle of Ashe as the curator for the Architecture Triennial in Sharjah. As I mentioned Ashe, I'm keen to identify it in relation to framing of identity and contextuality of place. The Triennial has given me a platform to converge like-minded practitioners. I'm keenly aware of the importance of context, which has given way to an alternative view on sustainability, one that merits local materials and local appropriation architecture that strays away from Western modernization and global style. Architecture needs to reference where it's from. It needs to be conscious of the environment, and it needs to pull inspiration from its context. Architecture needs to acknowledge its temporality to nature and respond to social constructs. Sharjah is a brilliant backdrop to highlight this positioning. As a cultural capital of the UAE, so much has been done here to amplify cultural nuances of a region. And so the beauty of impermanence, we will explore design solutions built from conditions of scarcity and how these illuminate a pathway forward to reorientate our conversations on sustainability. Whereas the current global perspective on sustainability relies on technological innovation, this perspective prioritizes contextual solutions, resource sharing, and waste reuse. We will showcase examples of work based on a foundational notion of regeneration and renewal, which underscores an understanding of circularity that has been with us for generations. We will explore ingenious techniques embracing the idea that everything is impermanent and subject to change. Rather, we will work with nature rather than against it. And I will share today some of the participants whose practice responds to this theme, but most importantly, these practices will respond with new work in response to this prompt. Wallmakers, principled by Vinu Daniels, has an engineering background. And before Wallmakers, he worked for the Aroville Earth Institute for the UNDP post-tsunami construction. Their first project included a compound wall built from earth and radically pulled a lot of local interest. They have since devoted their energy towards the cause of sustainable, aesthetically striking, and cost-effective architecture. With a practice spanning a decade, Wallmakers has received a lot of international attention, and in 2022, they won the Royal Academy Doffman Award, conducted by the Royal Academy of Arts, London. Abia Sekile is a Jordan-Palestinian interdisciplinary artist, architect, designer, and cultural producer. Her work is deeply rooted in the act of memory, journaling, documenting, archiving, and collecting, and she views her practice as a social technology of cultural empowerment. Her recent work centers around the indigenous Bedouin knowledge and practice recovering the intimacy of handmaking lost to today's production. She has regularly traveled the Jordan Baidia Desert, where she engages Bedouin women in tent making and textile making craftsmanship. Limbo Accra is a collaborative spatial design studio founded by Dominic Leong and Emil Grip, and they work on architecture and urban design projects and public art installations. Much of their work emerges from interdisciplinary engagement and experimentation with the aesthetics and cultural significance of unfinished, decaying concrete structures in West Africa. And their broader scope of work practice bridges the legacy between contemporary African architecture and youth development, as can be seen in this park, Freedom Skate Park in Accra, Ghana. Emory Plassé is principal by Papa Matayo, who graduated from the Wells School of Architecture. He's an award-winning architect, designer, writer, and filmmaker. And their work strongly focuses on exploring the nature of culture and the context of contemporary Nigeria and the extended Africa condition. A firm believer in creating work from cross-disciplinary collaboration and participation, he strives to find new possibilities of creating nuanced visual narratives in Nigeria's urban centers and beyond. Alborde from Ecuador has a practice that inhabits the territory of questioning the certainties about what architecture should or should not be in constant construction. Their practice inhabits territory of questioning, where certainties about architecture, what they should or should not be, and their ideas are developed in the making and the greater precision of detailing on site. They build with resources and techniques of place, where the territory is always particular and a unique variable. Their projects are an x-ray of the site and speak to people's customs, histories, problems, and needs. The diversity of their projects represents people's willingness to engage with ideas, take risks, and participate in decision-making. And so I bring us back to this principle of Asher and the importance in architectural discourse. As practitioners, with a respectable consciousness for our environmental challenges and constraints, we must reorientate ourselves towards a culturally relevant architecture. We must be mindful of contextual and material tectonics, and the importance of adapting our buildings and urbanscapes to climate conditions. Can you see yourselves applying Asher in your approach? Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Andrés Jaque.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrés Jaque, and I'm the founder of the Office for Political Innovation. It's always been surprising for many people that an architectural office, is called Office for Political Innovation. But for me, architecture is very much about how we negotiate coexistence. And that's particularly the way that I understand politics. Politics is how heterogeneity can compose something that all of us are part of. This is an image from Molina de Segura in the 1940s. Molina de Segura is a landscape in the south of Europe that was basically shaped by the way very fast rainfall would carve the topography and create these veins that in Spanish are called ramblas, ravines. The ramblas ecosystems are very dry, but in these veins, water accumulates and biodiversity is nurtured. This is the same landscape now. And as you've seen, urbanization has basically meant the destruction of a big part of these ramblas. And with that, also the disappearance of a big part of the biodiversity and the climate role that they play for a larger ecosystem. When I see this, many questions come for architecture, for architectural practices. What is the way that we can intervene now here? What is the way that even in a moment when growth it's been limited, still the ravines are disappearing and their climatic role that is more needed than ever, it's not being played. This is what these ramblas look like at the time that they're full of water, and this is what they look like in the times that they're dry. Still, as you see, the role of keeping humidity is crucial in the overall biodiversity of the area. This is the Rambla Climate House, a Rambla that we designed in one of these lots, one of these that was still making it possible to operate on an existing ravine that was dying. This ravine that was previously occupied by another construction that fell apart and fall down basically was the purpose of the house. This is not a house that caters to humans. This is a house that caters to the more than human extensions of what our societies are. The house basically takes advantage of the fact that humans consume water that then becomes grey water. The 300 liters of grey water that is used in this house every day is accumulated in a very simple way in tanks that allow then, through the mediation of sensors that permanently are testing and sensing the degree of humidity in the ravine, to spray the water as an artificial, non-human controlled climate or meteorology that then helps repairing, in the long run, the biodiversity of the ravine. This is the way it operates, and as you see, this is where the accent of the house is placed. But of course, this is the way human life also can basically be rearticulated with the ecosystem so that the overall agreement or alliance between humans and their more than human dimension is something that could be constructed on basis of justice and reparation. The house is basically a house that understands that whatever we do, whatever technology is now catering not only to humans, but to more than human communities. And that is basically making possible the reparation of the damage, the progressive, slow, associative, collaborative reparation of the damage that through modernity and through urbanization was infringed on these ravines. This is a project that we've developed in association with a number of ecology activists in the region, with ethologists, with etymologists, with people that basically have been working for a long time on the climate of this area, and that basically became a demonstrative element that is now used to advocate for the transformation of the way the whole, all these suburban houses operate climatically, and taking the water and basically using them to repair collaboratively the ravines. But what is important for me is also that this is the place where people like Fatima live now, and the effect of this is basically that the new relationship, or the new opportunities for a relationship with nature are being nurtured through the architecture, through the mobilization of particular reparative architecture. And this is the beginning of another project that is tapping of our overall engagement with transspecies justice, which is the Regio School. A Regio School is a school that is in Madrid, in Spain, that was opened almost a year ago, and that is basically also thinking what is the way that from the southern of the north it's possible to think ecologically, and not only challenging the hyper-technological approach to sustainability and hyper-corporate approach to the use to mobilization of means, but rather thinking of alternatives to that. By nakedness, 40% of the overall material mobilization of the building was eliminated just by letting all the systems be visible, by not decorating them, by basically using as simple materials as possible and removing everything that was superfluous. The other thing is that 20% of all the materials were basically reclaimed, or materials that have been sitting for decades in warehouses because they were no longer fashionable or appealing to designers. For instance, these glass bricks that you see here were basically had been abandoned more than 3 decades ago in a warehouse, and we found the people that were now in their 80s and that could come here to place them and to install them in the building. But also this is an opportunity to think ecologically about pedagogy, to show that basically architecture allows people to engage and to understand how we are part of larger systems of water, energy, waste, by looking at the way our systems are connecting our bodies with landscapes. This is also a form to understand pedagogy as something that basically allows people to be part of the making of their environment. The whole design was developed with the kids that were going to be used in the building, and we enrolled them in helping us through the design so that they could also have a say on how was it designed. When we look at schools like this, or like this, which is basically what 90% of the schools look like, basically we see how architecture is mobilized as a technology of exclusivity. And this technology of exclusivity is done through 2 very particular architectural strategies. The first one is expansiveness, occupation of land, and the second is privative control on the land. This horizontal spread of schools is very much catering to the possibility of controlling who is part of those communities that are built by the schools. We basically try to confront that and be dissident to this tradition of schools by concentrating the school in one point, by doing a school that would be vertical, and therefore it obliged to have articulation of the different uses in an ecological way, but also minimizing its footprint. Basically, this is a school that has 1/5 of the footprint of what it would have had spread out like normally schools do. But also, this is a school without a playground. This is the playground of the school. The school is dissident to the idea of privatized control on the land. Basically, it's the public, the common, the shared space of the parks, of the city, of this area of shared area of land, what becomes the playground of the school, and a playground that is shared by others, humans and more than humans, and where kids are obliged somehow and instigated to learn how to coexist with others in sharing infrastructures. This is the first day of school. People run into the public space, to these parks and these parts of the city. And this is how they basically, or how I imagine the school, as something that basically brings all this energy to the entire ecosystem, and basically where teachers are there not that much to control, but just to witness what is happening. This is the way the section speaks about this. This is a little bit of an ecosystem in itself, where basically with the different ages, the different uses, the very different parts of the school are overlapping and stacking on each other. This is the way basically the stacking happens very literally. And this allows, for instance, to have a school that is built on heterogeneity. Nothing is unified. Every part of the school is different architecturally. This is the place where the grown-ups are. This is the gym that doubles as an assembly. This is the way the gym expands into this loggia that is like a balcony on the landscape. This is this loggia. This is the gym. This is the staircases. This is in the bottom, or down there, the place where the youngest kids are, that opens directly to the land and allows them to basically expand what happens in the classroom to what happens outdoors. But I think this verticality is also a way to think of a very intense way to relate to nature as something that is not controlled, but rather accidentally emerging everywhere. And this is something, of course, that we've been looking at for a long time through our architecture in places like this, where basically people, this is our house in Never Neverland, where people are learning how to coexist with trees. And in this case, this is much more intense. All the water from the rainfall is collected on the roofs and then escalate down to a series of gardens that are learning from previous experiences. This is our project for Cosmo PS1. And basically, the entire building is full of these gardens. These gardens are crucial because are gardens that are making it possible that the building contributes to the overall biodiversity of the area. So it's not only that the kids don't have a playground and go there to what is surrounding the building, the public space that is surrounding the building. It's also that the building is making possible, for instance, to have specific gardens that instigate the presence of bees and support bees or butterflies, pollinizers that would then contribute to the overall biodiversity of the area. And this is something that we keep discussing with the kids. This is, for instance, one of the kids that did this photograph that called "My School Looks Like a Robot Made of Butter." And for me, this is very beautiful because it's precisely this wrapping what it's also explaining what the school is. This is a cork projected cladding that we invented that with the time will look like this. It's a support for life that is porous and allows for the humidity to translate into a wood habitat that will allow Lincoln moss to basically progressively covering the cork of the building. And if you see this photograph, I like the contrast between our building, this cork-wrapped ecosystem, or cork-inviting ecosystem, in contrast with these aluminum towers at the back. And I think there's a lot to say about the shininess of architecture that is not inviting and preventing anything to grow in it. I believe in a living architecture that actually is creating this porousness, and I think who would want shininess when you can have this? Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Ana María Gutierrez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ana María Gutierrez, and I'm born and raised and continue to be raised by this territory we now call Colombia. I first want to thank the World Around team for this fantastic invitation to have this space to share processes that are untangible and unseen in other parts of the world. As far as I recall, this image is the beginning of the most intense love affair I've ever had in my life that has me standing today. And like all powerful loves, it's been bold enough to make me think I have some clarities, but it's been sharp enough to remind me every day that a learning thrive through sensorial experiences is an everyday struggle. I still remember the first time that I was in contact with earth as a construction material. I ended up just building neural paths to understand what exactly embodiment of a learning experience is, and the clear vision that we need to create practical approaches of tangible processes of mind and body as a whole. Education is a framework that implies sharing, recognition of the other, voicing the territory, process-based approaches is the strongest quest of this path. Aiming to create this new paradigm, us as builders, designers, unlearning all concepts of ownership, hierarchy, and misleading discourses of progress and evolution may take us to a pilgrimage of recognition of origins, where ecosystems and cultures can be our classrooms. The search for alive knowledges in the territory has made me navigate through the struggle that all these practices go through after years of stigmatization and abuse. The autonomy of the territories, the self-managing of their own well-being relies on these practices. The protection of the jungles and rivers depend on this woven relationship between culture and ecosystems. And it is weakened every day by the colonialist, extractivist interactions we keep endorsing. It is only through the vivid experience of the interaction between culture and territory, between humans and local resources, that we can understand how a process is attached to a life cycle. It's attached to a need of shelter, and it's attached to an understanding of a habitat. It is through the cultural vivid expressions, it is through the fibers that we can sense the open book of knowledges communities have to share and protect. 15 years ago, I founded an NGO called Organismo, whose mission is to unlearn our blind ways and to revive education as a living organism, as a cultural immersion, a territorial approach to create tactile memories, and therefore embody all human processes to understand that architecture is about making visible the abundance of all languages. Organismo is a vivid platform of an intercultural exchange. It's a dialogue between a center of regeneration we have in the outskirts of Bogota, where we design and prototype educational programs as well as settlements, sustainable settlements, and the dialogues that we have in the communities that we're invited to co-create with. We're lucky enough to find ourselves constantly redefining all concepts of ecology, sustainability, regeneration from the holistic perspective these settlements reveal to us. Being part of community construction processes made us work towards what we call escuelas vivas, alive schools, that any co-creation process has the potential of becoming. In some territories, there are places where everything converges, epicenters of presence, wisdom, and protection of the land. The ceremonial houses of each ethnic group are the representation of the cosmovision of the culture that inhabits it. Their architecture manifests their way of thinking, seeing, and interacting, their beliefs and visions of the world. It is not just a representation. It enacts the whole cosmos within. And these harmonious interactions are sustained through prayers and rituals as offerings of gratitude to all living cycles. Nothing is aleatory when the guidelines of an infrastructure are directed by the voices of the territory. The sunrise and sunset directs all movements. The ecological calendar, the educational and governance systems are present not only in the design of the infrastructure, but in all actions that resides in these spaces. So what if we acknowledge ourselves as a hybrid culture? What if we start believing in what we resonate with? If we trust our senses of belonging, or at least the quest for it? If we see ancestral knowledges not as a romantic past, but as a vivid present that is teaching us resilience to reconnect and rebuild our own manifestos? What if we start to regenerate our own interconnections with our bodies, with the land, with our communities? What if we search for our guides, for our teachers, and we come together to remember how to offer back to life and acute our listening? This was the premises to start building our own house of thought at our center 3 years ago, an intercultural temple to build together. We designed an educational program around cosmovisions and sacred architecture inspired by the richness of the cultures of our country. Guided and trained by a great ally, friend, and teacher, Jaime Peña, we learned to build with the technique of non-glued laminated bamboo beams. Bamboo is known to be the iron of nature, strong, flexible, with rapid growth. Working with bamboo strips, drawing, structuring organic shapes made us rapidly understood we were becoming weavers, not builders. Each beam, each rib of the structure had to be woven, but to then brought to the center where the fire was waiting. We were weaving thoughts, rhythms, intentions of all the students that created this portal, this shelter, this vessel for liminal dialogues. Listen to the material we were taught. It will tell you how to go. There was no prerequisite to build with us. We, as human, have the need to manifest our dreams, and we need to build together. We dreamt of a space that will guide us to find new ways of relating and protecting our interactions, sheltering what we know exists, but we haven't been able to find how to access. Weaving as a gesture of integrating plants, elements, entities into what we call inhabiting. Relating to the non-human possible dialogues as thresholds we need to cross to explore this human life. And sacred geometry, what a wise teacher. The existing messages of nature waiting for us to be decoded and embraced. This toroid, the torus, the magnetic field that surrounds our body, the geometrical manifestation of reciprocal relationships. The daily reminder of all mutual exchanges, of the entanglement of life cycles, the visible woven together in such a harmonious connection. The power of geometry creating an energetic field. This enormous basket, twirling on a center that channels the connection between earth and sky. Here, now, next, the presence of voices that cannot be drawn in plants and sections. The presence of plants of power, of medicine arriving from the alchemy of the fire. The constant vibration of us as energy. The possibility of sheltering other worlds. Creation is not a challenge. Building is not difficult. Listening. Stop perpetuating with words self-centered behaviors. Humbling down to the greatness of nature and letting us guide us. Giving, offering, acknowledging, creating our new rituals, celebrating life so that the reciprocity of gratitude can protect us. We've been lucky enough to have shamans, teachers, guides like Cecilia Vicuña, and youth leaders of the Amazonian towns to come and light this fire with us to celebrate through sound and dances these intentions. and this friendly reminder of Buckminster Fuller. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model so that the existing one becomes obsolete. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Deema Assaf.
Thank you, Beatrice and the Word Around team for having me. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Deema Assaf. I'm an urban forester and rewilder based in Amman, Jordan. And I was an architect in a previous life. And throughout my career in architecture, I increasingly sensed the need for ecologically inclusive practices. And I would love to share with you today some of our work to rewild cities and restore urban ecosystems. Cities around the world evolved in geodiversity and biodiversity hotspots. They were places of unique landforms, rich soils, generous water resources, and spectacular flora and fauna. Yet, unfortunately, the growth of cities has for long been on the expense of these native ecologies that made them possible. And the modern landscapes in general tell stories of lost rivers, lost forests, lost nature, and lost abundance. This is my city, Amman, and looking at its barren, pale face, many would wonder if rich ecologies had ever existed here. Once known as the City of Waters, Amman today sits on the edge of a desert landscape. Its valleys that once flowed with gushing rivers have transformed into corridors of concrete, asphalt, and honking cars. And this is basically the setting that we chose to pioneer the implementation of a Japanese method for forest creation, despite the skepticism that we faced from local experts. Known as the Miyawaki method, the forest creation process starts with deeply understanding the native vegetation and its dynamics. Bare soil in nature is in constant change to evolve into more developed vegetation, moving through a very specific sequence from herbaceous plants to woody shrubs and trees until it eventually reaches a matured climax forest. And this change keeps happening until we reach the stable end state that is favored by nature. As a fellow forester describes, the soil dreams of becoming a forest. And this process in nature might take 100 years or more to unravel. With the Miyawaki method, we are able, through soil engineering and careful design of plant community, to expedite this process and establish an equivalent of a 100-year-old forest in just 10 years. And we can create self-sustaining, thriving ecosystems as a new model for urban landscaping. Yet, how can we foretell the details of lost ecologies? How can we read what the climax forest looked like in a heavily degraded landscape like Amman? So we started with surveying the existing forest north of Jordan. We studied photos of the city when it was first established, trying to find hints of the native vegetation that used to be found. We studied traveler accounts, surveyed literature from the 1700 and 1500. And the amazing evidence that we have found was in the research done by paleobotanists and archaeologists, analyzing the fossil pollen that is found in the soil to this day. Like messages in a bottle that is thousands of years old, we can actually read the past vegetation. And we can know, from the evidence that we have today that the old brown present-day landscape with dense forests of oak and white pistachio. So we started with our first rewilding project in Amman in 2018, establishing a tiny forest in a private backyard south of Amman. We started with soil building, preparing the soil for the forest planting, and introducing 18 native species and bringing them back into the city, and establishing the first Miyake forest in Jordan and the Arab region. And we have transformed what was a backyard lawn into a newborn forest. And it was quite astounding to witness the transformation of the landscape and how in about 2 years, the site was transformed into a dense, multi-layered forest, so dense that one cannot really walk into it, attracting local biodiversity and housing many of the vulnerable and endangered species in Jordan inside the city. And we decided to expand the experiment to other parts of the city, and we arranged community planting with children, volunteers, people from all walks of life, joining the tree planting and becoming part of the change, and reintroducing them to the native species of their land. And we collaborated with the municipality, having a series of these forests in different parts of the city. And it's amazing to witness how they would evolve into dense pockets of green, bringing nature closer to people, and how they would attract biodiversity and becoming home to feral urbanites, also housing different foxes who became frequent visitors. And in general, it's not just the growth that we see above the ground, it's also the transformation of the soil having an active fungal network and a living soil life. And in addition to our work on native forest creation, we have also designed different structures for urban wildlife as part of our urban rewilding work. One of these projects is the Urban Pigeon Tower that was part of Amman Design Week. Recent research shows that Earth may be home to 1 trillion different species. Yet our consciousness as architects and urban designers and planners is ecologically one-dimensional. So we call for a rich multi-species ecosystem and how we can rethink cities and create niche habitats for the different creatures that share the city space with us. The Urban Pigeon Tower houses nest shells for feral pigeons, and the interior garden as a source for rich fertilizer for soil building. And it also, the design provides a sneak peek into the inner lives of pigeons, providing interesting opportunities and beautiful encounters with people and children with these often overlooked creatures. Another project that we have done is the insect hotel that is part of Darat al-Funun exhibition. 40% of global insect species have declined in the past decade. And each year we kill trillions of insects due to pesticide use. Insect hotels are tested solutions that would provide niche habitats. And this particular design targets nesting, it provides nesting tubes for solitary bees, pollinators, and other beneficial insects. The timber pillar also houses nest boxes for house paros, another species that is threatened due to urbanization and habitat loss. So through these different interventions, whether it's the Urban Pigeon Tower or the insect hotel, we are addressing species that have been around for millions of years. Pigeons are the descendants of dinosaurs. Insects have been around for 400 million years, yet in the past decades they have been endangered, and their population is heavily affected due to urbanization and habitat loss inside the city. So how we can acknowledge their right to the city and provide these habitats and reward the cities to be as inclusive as possible to these different creatures. And in an age of increased sameness and alarming monotony, when we look at interiors, architecture, and cityscapes around the world, we believe that urban rewilding is a much-needed opportunity to create authentic landscapes that are deeply rooted, that speak of the natural history of the land and the unique identity of the place. And it's an opportunity to honor the land and its genetic diversity. And as part of that, we have been roaming the landscapes of Jordan, harvesting seeds of different native species with volunteers, children, friends, family. It's more of a citizen science project or small movement where we would be protecting and maintaining the genetic diversity of the different native species. And we are lucky to have been collaborating since 2019, establishing the very first private nursery for native sapling production, growing this year over 50 different species, 12 of which are endangered or critically endangered in Jordan. And it goes beyond native forest creation. For us, it's part of maintaining the genetic diversity that is millions of years old and how we can keep it alive in the soil and in people's lives and memories. Thank you.
I'm Devlin. We are in London. It's a beautiful spring day. Blossoms are emerging, and I wish I were with you in New York, but we'll do our best from here. Do you know, interestingly, the invitation which led to the project Come Home Again outside the Tate Modern last September was in fact an invitation to consider making a portrait of London. That was the brief. And I considered who is London, who are Londoners. There are 15,000 species of Londoner, of which humans are one. And actually, the biodiversity of cities is perhaps even more urgent to preserve. And if we can't preserve the remaining species of which we are 1/15,000th of, then we're not going to have much hope of protecting them from extinction. What we really need artists to do is to create habitats for these species within the human imagination. Because if we don't have a habitat for these species within the human imagination, then the prospects for them remaining unextinct are really challenging. And it seemed to me that every time you learn the name of a species other than human, you make a room for it in your imagination. You rewire your imagination. You make a house for it within the memory palace of your mind. So that was really the instinct that led to the piece. It's interesting, when you start to draw animals, when you start to really engage in species and animals that are not human, and you start to observe them, something surprising happens to the edges of yourself, in that you become more porous in a way, and you start to recognize the symmetry between the systems within your own hand that's drawing and the systems within the animal or the species of plant that you're drawing. So as you draw veins in a leaf, as you draw veins on a bat's wing, as you draw the veins on the sort of diaphanous wing of a fly, you're aware of the veins coursing with the blood that reaches your fingers that allows you to even draw. And the project itself then was very specific in its location. The Tate Modern was, of course, a seat of industrial power, an industrial power station, sitting across the River Thames from St. Paul's Cathedral, a seat of ancient ecclesiastical power. And then, of course, the reason why both of those edifices are even there and why London is here is because of the river, this coursing planetary artery. So the piece ended up being a conversation between those seats of power across this artery of planetary power. And then for 10 days, we sung evensong every night. And the animals sung as well. So we had recorded voices of some of these 250 species. And by the final night, 7,000 people turned up. I mean, it was surprising how much it caught people's imagination just to be part of a ritual, you know. The audience is a temporary society. They gather together in the dark, and they come in as one group of people. And if we work correctly among them while they're with us, then they emerge as changed people. There's the possibility for that, at least. It's a really rare thing now to be part of an audience. No phones, no fragmentation, potentially an hour and a half of unfragmented attention of a group of people together in the dark, stimulated only by one thing. And yet, through all this pretense and artifice, truth can be told, perspectives can be shifted. My feeling is that the skills that I've been honing instinctively over the last 30 years, working with these temporary communities in dark spaces, may be of some use now, as we instinctively are drawn towards more ritual forms of art, I think. Well, if you think about the broader history of what ritual was, people would gather in every kind of culture. They would sing together, they would share texts and words and vocabularies together, they would share light, architecture, scent, incense, music. And this was as much part of being a human as eating or procreating or anything else we might do. That's just being human. And one might say that this last sort of 500 years, since the enclosure not only of the land or, you know, ever more of people's imagination, is kind of an aberration from that. The idea that one would enclose the scent of the incense in a ritual temple or space and sell it as perfume. The idea that one would enclose the music, commit it to plastic or magnetic tape and sell that. The idea that you'd enclose the art, the frescoes, the stained glass windows, put them in a white art gallery and sell them and commodify them all. Isolate, separate, silo, commodify. You might look back at this period of history and say, wow, that was weird. What were they doing? Why were they doing this selling thing? How could they possibly have thought that any of the materials of the planet could have been commodities to be bought and sold? What was that all about? So I guess this instinct towards collective sharing, what it means to exchange and transfer stories, energies, ideas, feelings that aren't for sale. You will feel like this when you're sitting amongst 7,000 people singing with other London species, and you get to take that away. You don't have to pay, because that's what we do, because we're human. I wonder if maybe more art and design will be in the interest of being human rather than commodifying or making money, perhaps, in the long run. You know, as designers, we are brilliant at working within parameters. You know, we work in parameters of space, we work in parameters of time, we work in parameters of budget. You know, what will happen to these materials when the project is over, if it's an ephemeral project? If it's a permanent and lasting project, you know, where is the budget for the carbon? So it's a case of adding this extra parameter, which has always been there. It's just been ignored. The parameter is the planet, and it needs to be on that register, along with all the others, as a budget. I think it's going to be designers that lead that themselves, rather than those who commission the projects. That's what we do.
Next up, in conversation with John Paino, Liam Young, and Lucia Pietroiusti.
Hello. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is Lucia, and I'm a curator focused on the intersections of art and ecology. I'm very, very grateful to Beatrice, to Satomi, to Jen, and to all the colleagues at the World Around and at the Guggenheim for having us here. It's a particular pleasure for me to sit here together with two heroes of mine, John Paino and Liam Young. John Paino joins us here as the production designer of the HBO TV series The Last of Us, which we'll be talking about today, of course, but also countless of other exquisitely designed films and series, including The Morning Show, Sharp Objects, Big Little Lies, and many more. Liam Young works between design fiction and futures, and as a designer, director, and producer, you, Liam, create films and speculative worlds that I think raise crucial questions about the world such as it is today, and visualize possible alternative tomorrows. Your accolades, both of your accolades and achievements are really too many to mention, but why are we here, and why in the context of thinking about architecture's present and future? It was Italian anthropologist Ernesto De Martino who, deploring the disasters of empire, suggested that a world comes to an end when its signs and its logics are no longer readable. That is the end of a world, and there have been many. In the face of unfathomable devastation and the destruction of worlds vanishing under the crushing weight of climate breakdown and other forms of slow and fast violence, how do we then make sense of worlds ending and worlds beginning? How do world-making practices and world-building practices play a fundamental role in those transitionary moments of survivance? Redesigning the logics that hold the world in place such as it is, and then imagining it differently. In this context comes The Last of Us. Based on a video game of the same name, The Last of Us begins as rising global temperatures cause an adaptation of the cordyceps fungus, which becomes capable of infecting human hosts and controlling their bodies. And the events of The Last of Us take place 20 years after the mass societal collapse that ensued, and it was John Paino's job to depict this world, a world after the end of a world, and yet a world all to itself. And by entering it, we are ourselves brought into a psychic state that is simultaneously familiar and unfathomable. So the starting point of this conversation will be The Last of Us as an artifact of our uncertain times, between worlds perhaps, but we will dive into forms of world making and world building, also guided by some of Liam Young's speculative film projects, including here, what you see here, The Last Endeavor, and that we'll speak about later. So Liam, John, thank you so much for joining us. So let's start with a question for both of you, and I will ask John first, which is, from the vantage point of your particular profession, what does world making and world building means to you?
Well, as a production designer, we start with a narrative, and we develop a foundational logic for the world. And we're making the world. With The Last of Us, we had to build a lot of sets, scenery, locations, and then destroy it. So our narrative, from what you described, that we're following to give the world its logic, and gravitas is that a disaster happened 20 years ago, and everything, nature has taken over, but also, because there are no resources or electricity or anything like that, we have to reuse, rebuild, and remake everything. And that was for world building, for making, our version of a world of our narrative. That was our foundational logic. That was our brief, so to speak. And that colored everything and affected everything. That's our layer of disuse and dissection was on top of reality. And that would color everything and affect everything. That's pretty much our brief.
Thank you.
Yes.
Liam.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times in design and architecture disciplines, we focus on the creation and crafting of singular products or discrete buildings or objects that exist isolated in space. But in such an entangled world in which we now exist, it's impossible to imagine such objects without seeing the tendrils and networks in which they're caught within. You know, there is no such thing as a singular site or point on a map anymore. And for me, world building is a discipline that allows us to think about the social, cultural, and societal systems within which the things we might design operate, right? Like, it's no longer possible to think about the iPhone as a discrete object that sits in our pocket without thinking about all of the disconnected and landscapes that exist around the world that are complicit and fundamental in the production of that object. World making as a design practice imagines all of those systems and visualizes all of those systems and contextualizes the things that we might design in that way. And in that sense that, you know, as we craft and make imaginary worlds, they also become sites in which we can prototype important and emerging ideas around how we might rethink those systems. So like whether The Last of Us and like imagining what happens when the ecologies and the systems that we rely on collapse. You know, at the same time, imagining the implications of emerging technologies. What does a world where drones as ubiquitous as pigeons look like? Or cars are flying, or AI is everywhere. So world making can help us to explore those ideas. And really, I think we make alternative worlds as a means to understand our own world in new ways. And that's one of the powers of, you know, a show like Last of Us, is it forces us to confront what some of these futures might look like, and acting as cautionary tales, hopefully to engender new kinds of action in the present that might, you know, in the case of The Last of Us, help us to understand how we might avoid such a future.
Thank you. Here we see a school 20 years after the catastrophe school scene. But my next question, again for John, has to do with world building for a TV series, as opposed to the world building that was done for the making of the video game. There are some things that differ in your experience of it, because obviously having played and watched both The Last of Us, when you're playing it, you're making a series of choices. And then, of course, there's boundaries to that world. There's places you can't go. When you're watching a TV series, what is being in front of you is the world that you're allowed to see. But I'm curious also if there's things that, in order for the logic of the place to make sense, if there's things that you actually have to build or conceive of that are never seen in some way.
Yeah, there is the practical mechanics of making the show. Like, we're always going to be thinking, there's layers of people involved who will bring something to us, to the show, that we have to take into consideration when we're building the sets. There's the practical stunts, there's atmosphere that's created, there's rain effects, there's also the position of the camera, and all the collaborators, like the directors and the showrunners, who will add their layers of you know, what they need as far as you know, satisfying the narrative and where we're walking. And you know, I think it was really important too for our show to actually make as much as possible. We, you know, there's always, with every show, there's that balance of what should be VFX and what should be real. And it was important to our showrunner, and I think it helped the show give it its sense of gravity, gravitas, and reality, was to build as much as possible. And we didn't use it all, but I think that helps the actors. It's certainly also when the directors and the crew come to set and they're like, wow, look at this. I want to be able to explore the world, and I want to be able to be a voyeur in this world and feel disembodied occasionally with the camera movements or observing, and take it out of the path making. And so making a bigger world and giving all those pieces is something that, you know, the game does not do. It was important to everyone that this is a narrative about the relationships of the people and how they relate to the environment, certainly, but it's actually an intimate story. And I think it was a really good decision to not follow the where's my first aid kit or, you know, what's behind me too much. A little bit. But, you know, those are some of the big differences.
Well, like one of the things I found interesting, one of the similarities I thought between the game design and the TV show was that traditionally in set design and production design, you're only shaping and designing the set that the camera is looking at. Like all of your blocking and framing is coordinated, and you're just making that one piece, the classic spaghetti western facade with nothing on the back, which is very different to level design in game, where you have to allow for a player's interrogation of every crevice and corner of a world. But in the show, what was extraordinarily ambitious about it was that your sets were 360 degrees, is that right?
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times they're in the mechanics of making a TV show where don't storyboard, and you want to give the actors the ability to, you know, explore and see things. And they loved it because you could, you know, I want to go over there, and you know, with the picture here, this is all built except for obviously the background. But the other thing that we take into consideration is where the sun is and things like that. So they affect, you know, those are other considerations we wouldn't have to care about in the, you know, a purely digital thing like the Mandalorian, where they're just walking through green screen. We actually are dealing with the outdoors and the elements as well.
So there's a particular corner, one of the most, moving episodes I've ever seen in a TV series, period, episode 3 of The Last of Us season 1, which is Bill's town, Bill's world. And as I understand it, this allowed you to unleash your kind of creativity more because it's a space that you expanded much more compared to the game, correct?
Yeah, this was really a joy. Not only was it a beautiful episode written, and but we're outside of the game. This was never in the game. This scene, we just see Bill in kind of like an industrial area. So Craig wrote this incredible script where we have this oasis, which our show does not have. And I think it was a really smart thing as far as making the show not just a show about infected people. Here, you know, this is just our typical process of doing LiDAR, which is a radar at a location, and showing how we can build a hamlet in New England, which we could not find in Calgary. So this is what we're going to see is some process here. This is our, you know, here's a typical render that we would show the showrunners and everyone and say, here's what it's going to look like in the end, and we're going to make it exactly like this. And that is what we did. And as it degrades, we also want to show the effects of the outside world, of the, you know, desiccation that will be coming. And it's all in service of the narrative. If you've seen it, you would know what that is. And here is the finalized town on location. And this is mostly built, which it's amazing that we were able to do that. It's unusual, to say the least. And I think, again, it helped because when the directors got in here and the actors, they really used the set more than just, as Liam is saying, you have to shoot this way. But I think that, you know, gives the show the feeling of a film and a complete story. And this is just an example of it dressed. And again, you know, most shows, I think, you know, they'd probably do a lot of this in VFX, and we didn't, because we thought it was important.
Thank you. So you've sent us some beautiful images, including this, which gives us all a sort of peek into the making of something like this. What I'm really interested in, both this slide and the one that will come after, has to do with the relationship between creating a world in order to destroy it, and then working with nature so that the reclaiming of of those plant species and those kind of more than human elements are in a certain sense also repairing that world. So there's a kind of destruction and repair happening at the same time.
Well, you know, there's a destruction and repair, and this is a typical reference board showing you how much detail that goes into creating the destruction, with references for the scenics, with a little nod to plants, which we always wanted to do in our wallpaper, to the fungus, and what this set will look like. I think the repair part was, just that it was the fungus was part of nature, and the fungus is restoring balance, and nature is restoring balance. So what we wanted to do was explore a little bit more like, where is the fungus in all these plants? And is it in there? And is it a natural part of evolution? And those were ideas that we bounced around, and we would one subtle thing is just in some of the wallpaper would be floral, or some of the colors would copy the mushroom, the clickers.
I mean, one of the things that I am intrigued by the phrase that you use, like, we have to destroy the world in order to remake it, in a way, makes me think of also the role of the fireflies in a narrative sense in the show, right? Where, for me, my mind then goes also to contemporary eco-activist movements and Andreas Malm and how to blow up a pipeline where, after so much time of peaceful protests and collective action and hashtag activism, are we at a point where the peaceful protest is no longer valid, right? And you see the fireflies acting out against the quarantine zones and the world that's trying to be remade as a means to remake it in a new way. But similarly, I also think, like, more broadly, the work of a show like The Last of Us and the world building of these sort of apocalyptic visions act in many ways as kind of productive dystopias, right? That you have to destroy the world for us to kind of see just how reliant we are on the ecological systems upon which it's based, in order for us potentially to act and find a new way to operate within it. I equate Last of Us to Cormac McCarthy's The Road, which is talked about as one of the most powerful ecological novels of the 20th century, but it doesn't talk about climate change. It doesn't talk about any specifics that we might discuss in those terms today. It just shows us a world and what it looks like and how we might act if those systems were to fail. And in that way, it does so much more than what the data visualization experts that sees this riding red line on the graph that tries to narrate this warming climate for us in those data-driven terms. It's much more about data dramatization that imbues climate change with emotion and power so that we can no longer just tune it out or ignore it. And I think The Last of Us can potentially operate in that way. So literally, to destroy the world, we might need to remake it. Yeah.
And vice versa.
Yeah, vice versa.
Sorry, John, you had a comment. Well, actually, I want, just on that note, there's something that you just prompted me to think, which is the apocalypse of The Last of Us holds three things together, because as sort of a follower of the genre of the zombie, it sort of harks back. There's a whole sort of history of kind of decolonial thought around the zombie genre, and then we look at it being a pandemic and the whole series having been shot during COVID times, obviously resonating with its real sort of material production. And on top of that, the behavior of the fungus is affected by a warming climate. So it's sort of
it's ironic.
It's a little grenade of everything that we're...
Yeah, and to your point too, I think we looked at the fireflies and the Phaedra, which is FEMA, right, as maybe two sides of the same coin here, both, unfortunately, trying to get what's left. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what's interesting about the zombie genre, if we can put Last of Us in that, I don't know, but like, it was never about zombies, right? Like Romero's 1968, Night of the Living Dead is about US race relations, right? Even, Shaun of the Dead, right, is a contemporary take on that and like lazy consumerism. And in many ways, the monsters of Last of Us are not like the infected, the clickers running around chasing you down, but a warming climate that makes the conditions for such fungus, moving species possible.
And
right?
increasing fascism. So there's a lot of monsters in The Last of Us that aren't.
Yeah, you know, the show is ultimately how are we going to react in these situations, and you know, what are we going to do to survive? How are we going to treat other people, and how, basically, how low can we go, or how high will we go to survive too? Yeah.
I mean, it's a perfect point to talk about, Liam, your project, The Great Endeavor, I think, because there's an element of kind of imagining the future, collective dreaming, and sort of planetary scale infrastructure to it that I would love for you to talk about a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I guess a lot of my work right now is trying to use world making as a practice, as a means to visualize aspirational futures. But it comes in this context where I think at the moment a lot of the moves we might be making to try and regenerate our climate and the futures that we put up as being workable solutions we should be trying to get towards are still based in the failed and outmoded models of boomer environmentalism, right? That are rooted in local responses, individual guilt, small-scale action, and everything of the scale of the planet is the work of the Bond villain or the mega corporation. Like, planetary fictions are always, in many ways, dystopian. But the scale and urgency of what's required, these small-scale actions are not scalable. So the Great Endeavor as a project is trying to visualize what will become humanity's largest ever construction project, which is, in our generation, the need to design a planetary scale network of carbon sequestration infrastructure equivalent to the scale of the current oil and gas industry. And if you think about that, every pipeline, every oil rig, every gas plant that currently exists on Earth, in our generation, we need to build again to do the reverse. But no one really talks about it. So there's an attempt to not, to present this ambitious and extraordinary project in the same way that we might talk about the moon landing or the digging of the Panama Canal. We have always built the impossible, and now we need to build it again. So the Great Endeavor is a visualization of that attempt to do so, and hopefully by putting into the world these sort of productive visions of planetary scale collaboration, maybe they become sort of, in some way, touchstones that we might start to work towards that are actually viable at the scale of 10 billion people. Yeah.
Thank you. And just in terms of your own response to The Last of Us, Liam, is, from the point of view of what this world presents itself, and of course it has echoes of things like the World Without Us and a bunch of other kind of environmental disaster references, is the world of The Last of Us, in perhaps both of your opinions, a world with humans, without humans, for humans, or not for humans? I mean, how does this world relate to humans in a way?
Yeah, I mean, in many ways, I think that it presents a world beyond humans, right?
I don't think the world cares about the humans. No, I mean, there's a new species now that's vying for, supremacy, and not in a, in a passive way, almost just like a weed, and it doesn't care. It doesn't at all. That's my take on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it helps us in a way to think about. We use, on stages like this, in conferences like this, we talk about, human-centered design as being some kind of aspirational thing we might be working towards. But for a long time, that's really just been an alibi for engineering the world around our own needs and desires. We're fed in that context. Human-centered design is, cafes spilling out onto streets lined with trees and things like that. But actually, it's a massive terraforming project is what it has resulted in. And I'm much more interested in what it means in the context of something like The Last of Us to think about like carbon-centered design or wetland-centered design or like whooping crane-centered design. The Last of Us shows us a world where the real monsters are us, right? And it presents, an alternative to us at the center of everything.
There's also the idea that because it's posited that the Earth's warmed, the fungus has adapted to infecting things, and now it can affect people. So it is in one sense, it is a result of climate change.
And John, I just was reminded of the fact that the two towns that look the least wrecked are, on the one hand, this kind of hippie, sort of cooperative community where Tommy lives, and on the other, this like hellhole mountain place where the worst atrocities are being committed.
Yeah, it's a ghetto, it's a QZ, and this is Jackson, which is a town that, you know, the inhabitants make an effort to make livable. But the QZ is kind of like a slash ghetto immigrant, you know, holding center.
And you looked at those visual references, didn't you?
Yeah, no, yes. We looked at, you know, a lot of stuff in Gaza and stuff like that, where people are held. You know, I guess humanity at this point is feeling the effects of climate change. What's the term? The people who have to move because of climate change. And yeah, so they are, now humanity is a refugee in its own place because of the infected and because of the lack of resources and the earth, you know, nature taking over. So this town is, you know, people here have skills and they're making it, you know, livable, whereas the QZ is a ghetto, kind of like, it's a, you know, survival of the fittest, you know, ghetto, basically, and not, you know, the people there are just barely hanging on, and they're not given the means to build or do anything.
So I want to ask Liam you this question because there's a kind of third imagination in this project of yours, Planet City, which proposes a third human-designed kind of environment, which I would love for you to talk about. And we have just a few minutes to get to the joy question, so I want to make sure that we get to this one and the joy question.
Yeah, I mean, Planet City, I mean, I was on a stage talking about, on video talking about this a couple of the world arounds ago. I mean, short of a Last of Us scale global pandemic, we're going to have to deal with around 10 billion people in the next couple of decades. The Planet City project is a visualization of a city built at that scale, but with some of the same principles that might operate in a town like Jackson, but what do they look like at the scale of 10 billion? A city organized through consensus, right? The model of how people migrate to this imaginary city is based on the extraordinary movements like the Global Climate Strike and Global Climate March, and, you know, organizations of the largest, like the biggest number of humans ever assembled before on our planet were coordinated through the network, through a hashtag, through a Facebook page. And we imagine Planet City as this multi-generational project of retreat from the world we know into this collectively organized urban form that is dense, but at the same time is vibrant and full of life and culture, because so much of science fiction, again, planetary dystopias present density as dirty and congested. But if we're really not going to like go extinct, we need to imagine what it might mean to live more compactly. And Planet City is a prototype of what that might look like. Yeah.
Beautiful visualizations. Thank you so much. Now, getting to the joy part, because this is what we must end on if we're talking about a post-apocalyptic disaster TV series. The scenes that happen at the mall made me think about the fact that there must be quite a lot of enjoyment and fun also in the production design.
This was it.
And work.
Well, this, you know, as a child of the 70s, growing up in a mall and hanging out in a mall, this was a lot of fun. This is also a place where, you know, most of the show is, you know, in these dreadful, desiccated places. So here, even though it's desiccated, because we have electricity, we're seeing life. We're seeing, you know, there's so many layers to the show. One thing that's important in the show is seeing the world through Ellie's eyes. And here, she gets a glimpse of, because she grew up in the QZ, which is a ghetto, she's never been out of it. Here she gets a sense of what it was like before. And also, we're introducing colors and things through, because now we have electricity. These neon colors will never be seen again. They're not going to be made, and there is no electricity anywhere. So this is my chance to have some fun with the colors, bring back a hint of the world in pre-infection, and also make a great date night kind of episode here, too. And I just love that she's, looking at things and saying, so people cared about wearing underwear, what it was. And so it was, there's a great dichotomy in this show of the ugly and the beautiful. And try to do that in every scene. A little bit of both would be, a successful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also, what I also love about this scene is that it reminds us at the same time of the excesses that led us to a condition of possibility that meant that the fungal infection would run rampant. And can you talk a little bit about that as well, in that, like, because in one way you're presenting a future and you're making decisions about what would last and what would be left behind.
Yes, I mean, I think the shoe store and the lingerie store didn't get, actually the shoe store got raided quite a bit because people would steal shoes, but not thongs, there's a theory. So there actually is a lot of thought behind all of these decisions, and this is a store from 20 years ago, too. So everything is period correct in the logos and the locations. The arcade, all the video games had to be rebuilt because that software won't work anymore, and they have old TVs in them. And so there's a lot of thought between, just getting from here is the idea and the script, and here is the set that Ellie and Joel can walk on and actually walk up to any pinball machine and play it if they want to, or walk through any store. Because also, we want that for the creatives. We want to give them the ability to explore the set. But that would be, we did have a kind of like powwow, like what would looters take? And I remember those two. Those were out of everything. Maybe not the Halloween store either. That's why it's mostly left there.
Yeah. I mean, I just also want to jump on your phrase radical optimism, like in the context of The Last of Us, but also in the context of Hollywood, where we operate, where so many narratives present like climate apocalypse as being somehow inevitable, partly because it's a great setting for a story, but I do think there is space for optimism, even in the face of the most extraordinary global pandemic, right? And ultimately, like a lot of my work, Planet City, The Great Endeavor, is trying to get into this idea that climate change is no longer a technological problem, right? It's, for the most part, the technologies required to dig us out of the holes that we've created for ourselves are already here and have been here for 10, 15, 20 years. Climate change is now a cultural and a political problem. So making work that operates in that space, whether it's through TV shows or entertainment or an art context, I think is really where the front lines of the climate battle may well be fought, right? And that's why I think that, like, I don't know, I'm also filled with extraordinary optimism, because what that also means is that we're not waiting for some billionaire to figure it out for us. We could do everything we're talking about. We could change tomorrow if we wanted to. We're not going to, but we could, and that is, I think, great cause for extraordinary hope.
I am so devastated that we're out of time, but I just want to take 1 second to say, John, Liam, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Just a quick note that we will be back for session 2 at 2:15. I know everyone's rushing to get some air and light, but please have a little break, and we'll see you back for a very exciting second session. Thank you.
Thank you for joining Session 1. The World Around Summit will resume with Session 2 at 2 p.m. The World Around Summit will begin shortly. Please take your seats. The World Around Summit Session 2 will begin shortly. Please take your seats. Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Start to take your seats. Thank you for session 2. Thank you. I'm Beatrice Galilee. I'm the co-founder and executive director of The World Around. Welcome to the second session of our annual World Around Summit. This session is entitled Inhabiting the World Around. Design and the creation of anything, any object, any idea, requires a duty of care to many visible and invisible stakeholders, encompassing the broader entanglements of ecological, technological, and social contexts that construct our world. In this second session, we'll share some very exciting, exclusive insights into new projects that I think will inspire for all of us, new ways of thinking and building and caring for our communities. We'll be hearing about a new educational and research center on the coast of the Sea of Cortez, designed by the wonderful Tatiana Bilbao, one of the most biodiverse bodies of water in the world. We'll be seeing and hearing about new models of urban living and configuring intersections of art, community, and culture in the United States. As well as projects about human inhabitation, we'll also be hearing about designing for non-human animals, including sea urchins and coral reefs. We'll be also learning about a years-long project to create visibility for at-risk forests and ecosystems that are behind the ethically troubling avocado production system in Mexico. In a slight change to our scheduled program, we have a replacement for Mariam Kamara, who is unable to join us today. And I'm so excited and proud to say that Vishaan Chakrabarti, our amazing board member of The World Around, is going to also speak today about a number of his very exciting new projects about the infrastructures and the art of infrastructure in architecture today. Overall, this is going to be a very packed and exciting session. The way that it works is that everybody will come on one after the other. So take your seats, enjoy the show, and we look forward to catching you in the break at the end. Thank you so much for being here.
Please welcome to the stage Tatiana Bilbao.
Good afternoon. My name is Tatiana Bilbao, and I'm a principal of Tatiana Bilbao Studio, an architecture firm based in Mexico City. I first would like to very much thank Beatrice for inviting us here, and all of you for being here and able to share these with me. I would like to start by acknowledging that I would not be here if it was not for the hundreds, but as said, the thousands of beings that have participated in the creation of these. Upon the impossibility of naming them all, I still would like to mention some of them. I think Ernesto Coppel, Kelly, the man behind, the one that has put it all up to his soul in making this project, after his true love for the land, is one of the, for sure, one to mention. His son-in-law, José Luis Mogollón, who has instrumented this, along with Sandro Landucci, have been key figures. But definitely, without my 5 wonderful partners, with whom, of course, I wouldn't even be standing here, Alba Cortés, Soledad Rodríguez, Juan Pablo Enyure, Mariano Castillo, and Katia Bilbao, who happens to be also my sisters. I would also still like to thank the penguins who will not be brought here unless they decide to come by themselves one day. Mazatlan is a city on the northwest part of the country. It's exactly kind of the city where in inland, Mexico in inland, the Sea of Cortez, which is a sea between the Baja Peninsula and the land, starts to formate. It's one of the most wonderful natural aquariums of the world. And it is really the place of one of the most diverse ecosystems in the whole planet. In 2016, there were plans to consolidate the central park of this city. The Central Park has a natural regulating lagoon, which is essential to its hydraulic system in full. The plans to consolidate the park were to understand how to create a use that would be able to not only function its vital way for the hydraulic system, but also to create really an environment that was able to be used and be a platform for thriving for both the ecosystem in the city, but also the city itself, the society that lives and inhabits there. These plans were very ambitious, and it encompassed really cleaning the land and the possibility of regenerating the whole system and medium that the lagoon holded. The plans started to emerge, and there were 2 very ambitious pieces of infrastructure coming along with the plan: a museum and an aquarium, both very ambitious to their times and almost impossible to realize them. One of them really was even trying to hold penguins. The region obviously couldn't acquire yet them, and plans for those 2, of course, were held. Nevertheless, in 2019, a building started to get built. We don't know if it finally used or who it was used. The intention, as I said in the plans in 2016, was to build an aquarium. We know the story afterwards. In 2100, the water rose to a point where the building was lost. We don't know what was used for. We don't know the use of the 100 years. There was never nothing found there. In 2227, there was a record marked inside. The water receded, we know that. And life was thriving. In 2289, we were asked to find a way to understand how to enter this building and discover what was happening there. Maybe us humans, maybe us other species. The building standard and the species, the life was full. The building really was holding a lot of things there. We wanted to understand how we could be able to enter it and to understand and to navigate and to relate to this life that was thriving in many, many ways inside. We created a way to explore the building with 2 very big stairs that would take you to the top of the building, where a very big piece of flora really extended there. After arriving to the top of the building and able to discover what was happening on top of the building, we created a hole in the center in order to land and arrive what was happening and start to entering what is the building done of. This building today is 2023. We have records of some photographs of 2020 when the building started to get really out there. And this was kind of how it was looking, right? We opened paths in the year 2289 to really be able to relate into this possibility of a space in a completely different way. We thought of not touching anything, but then we thought enabling the possibility of relating to this ecosystem could enable other possibilities and other types of relationships. Today, in 2023, the building is almost ready to be discovered and be used by the humans that the planet has to inhabit. The responsibility of the use of these humans at this moment and presently is the possibility of the future for this building. This building, as I said, is approached from the exterior, from this very vast, large central park on Mazatlan, by these two very big stairs that allow you to arrive to the roof. From the roof, you start to navigate towards the center, where you enter and submerge yourself in this central patio, and then you start to navigating through its thick walls, through its opening roofs, to its extended life that emerges in there, where connections and disconnections with us and other beings are being made. You enter this building in a moment where the planet is expelling us. I really don't believe that the planet is running out of time. Who is running out of time in the planet is only us. The planet holds an ecosystem that we are part of it, but it's not liking us. The planet already has expelled, at least as we know, one very big species that inhabited it, the dinosaurs. They were expelled before us. We might have the same future. In the meantime, the planet is going to really expel other species as well, in order to really, at the end, kick us out. Who and how it will remain probably is the responsibility of the people who inhabit this building in 2023. We really hope that this building opens the possibilities to relate to our own ecosystem in very different ways. I have always thought that aquariums alienate ourselves from the life that we really belong, even though their objective is very, very different. Their objective is supposedly to be that of the building that allows us to relate to that one specific ecosystem. But it fantasizes it in such a way that it never really gets to allow us that possibility. Actually, I think it allows us to think that it's a world that we don't belong so we can do whatever with it. This building, and hopefully, it creates a potentiality to mediate between a world that is seen by humans as something that could be dominated, as something that could be determined, as someone that has time, to an ecosystem that doesn't understand its life upon those terms in any regard. This building, hopefully, is a platform for a new architecture that really starts to understand that we need to regain our place in this ecosystem in order to remain. Or maybe not. Maybe we don't want to. Hopefully, this building will clarify all those doubts that at least I do have. The architecture of the building presents itself as a robust structure that was abandoned. It remained. The system of the structure that was in place in 2100 and until the day we arrived back was not as harsh to this building as to other structures. And the building was able to remain because it was not built for any specific intention, we thought, or maybe because it was a program it holded, was something that really allowed us to think of the time and the time we have remaining in this planet. I really like to think on this building and the moment in present, now back again in 2023, the same way as Diego Rivera depicted in his mural, The Man Controller of the Universe. This mural showed us how a world controlled by science was confronted by socialism, capitalism. But today, we might be reminded of this mural at the moment of seeing it, because a man controller of the universe is almost a utopia, as this building was, is, and the story that it was built upon it. The man does not control the universe and cannot control the universe. The universe exists, and it has no time as we know it, and the meaning of time is really something that is only related to our existence in it, but has nothing to do with the planet, with the universe, on what anything we think we can even think to measure it with those terms. We have built this building in 2023, and hopefully in 2289, we still exist to see if it has really been able to hold on to its purposes, or at least to see what the imprints on their walls revealed to us of the time of the planet had lived in 2023. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Pirjo Haikola.
Good afternoon. My name is Pirjo Haikola. I'm a designer, a researcher, a certified scuba diving instructor, a sailor, and an ocean advocate. I'm going to talk today about more than human design for the ocean and what it means if non-humans, for example, these little creatures, are our clients in the design process. These things, smaller than rice grains, are coral larvae swimming inside in our prototype tiles in the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program for the Great Barrier Reef. Before speaking about designing for corals, I want to provide a bit of context to how I got here. Why am I, or why should anyone be designing for the ocean? Some years ago, I took what I thought would be an indefinite break from design to work as a scuba diving instructor. I went to work first at the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, and after that at the Mesoamerican Barrier Reef in Mexico. What you see here is what I expected. Vibrant, healthy, beautiful reefs full of life. And I did definitely see some of that amazing part of these reefs. But I happened to work at the Great Barrier Reef during one of the recent mass bleaching events that are now becoming more and more common. There was one in 2016, 2017, 2020, and again last year. I have now seen a bleaching event at the reef 3 times. After Australia, I went to work in Mexico, and I saw also in part badly degraded reef due to multiple human-caused pressures. Currently, globally, around 30,000 square meters of coral reef is in declining health that could still benefit from restoration. So, although bleaching doesn't always lead to coral mortality, the bleaching and degradation can look like something like this: a barren, lifeless seascape void of life. And it is one thing to know this is happening, but it's quite another to witness and to see this. So I decided to go back to design, but to figure out how we can design not only for humans, but for the environment and for the ocean. I will discuss connected stories from 2 Australian locations: the Great Barrier Reef in Northern Australia and Port Phillip Bay in Southern Australia. and I will give 2 examples of how design can contribute to ocean conservation and regeneration. I moved to Melbourne, to the colder southern part of Australia, and diving there, I found out that climate change is impacting the ocean there as well. One of the issues there is the overpopulation of sea urchins caused by warming water, excess nutrients, and lack of predators. And this is happening in many parts of the world, not only in Australia. And you might wonder, why is it significant that there are too many urchins? But it is important because they eat seaweeds that are like the corals of the temperate water. They provide habitat and food for all the other marine animals. And when they are gone, the result is very similar than when corals perish, and there's very little life left. Sea urchins, like corals, are calcifiers and take calcium from the seawater and make it into their hard calcium carbonate shells and skeletons. And as a designer, I was interested in if I could use this potential byproduct from food industry, how it could be potentially useful as a material, and could I use it to talk about these problems in the ocean. One intriguing thing that I found out about the shells are the naphthoquinone pigments. They are anti-algal, antibacterial, antiviral, antifungal, and they have been investigated for medical purposes, for example. They are like the immune system of the sea urchins. The main ingredient in the shells, the calcium carbonate, is also used as a filler for polymers or plastics. And we decided to blend urchin shells with marine degradable biopolymers to create biomimetic blends that we could use with different production techniques. And at this point, this was purely speculation, but I was curious whether a material like this could be used in coral restoration, even protect the corals, as it was similar to coral skeletons and mass manufacturable. I will speak a little bit about the first example of how design can contribute to ocean conservation and regeneration. An opportunity came to create an installation for the National Gallery of Victoria 2020 International Triennial in Melbourne that would address these issues and opportunities in Australian waters. So one way design can contribute to protecting the ocean is through increasing ocean literacy. That is, public understanding of the ocean, and by bringing these hidden issues to the surface. The exhibition also provided a reason to experiment further with these materials and see if we could make anything from them. And we decided to use our blends for 3D printing and print scans of actual corals I had created at the Great Barrier Reef, and some open source ones, because during COVID I couldn't travel, we had lockdowns. These corals are made from different biopolymers with sea urchin shells, pigments, and calcium carbonate, testing and experimenting processing and how they behave in 3D printing. The installation also included 2 underwater films that I created in collaboration with an underwater photographer and filmmaker, Tom Park. In the films, we show these 2 locations and the transition from these healthy and vibrant ecosystems to barren wastelands. Through showcasing the material experimentation, the installation also brings forth the opportunity to intervene and to regenerate these environments. The second example of how design can participate in ocean conservation and regeneration is through collaboration with science, in this case with the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program for the Great Barrier Reef. It is the world's largest project to protect an ecosystem from climate change. It is a project with over 360 researchers working in many sub-projects. And if you would like to know more, please have a look at the gbrrestoration.org. I can only discuss a very small part of the project in this talk. My involvement started with the materials that we had been working with. Our blends were tested alongside with other materials under investigation. But the sea urchin shell's protective properties didn't quite repeat themselves in tropical water, but the corals were quite happily growing in one of our biopolymers with just pure calcium carbonate. We don't really know why, but we let the corals choose their materials. And in the image you see part of this material testing, in this case with coral fragments. You can see the little dark squares, the corals spreading, but the competing algae not overgrowing them. So the collaboration started here, but in fact the program was interested in including design expertise for other things under development. Design was specifically relevant for the coral aquaculture and deployment sub-program. So our team is focusing on developing a system to raise more heat-tolerant corals in aquaculture, and to then deploy these corals with what we call coral seeding devices to the reef in large scale with minimal human intervention. The goal is to deploy millions of corals per year to the Great Barrier Reef, reaching a cost of only a few dollars per coral. It's a huge difference to any other restoration project anywhere. So if you look at these seeding devices more closely, they're small objects, and they carry coral sediment tiles on which the corals are grown in aquaculture. We're working on 3 ways that the corals can be grown on the tiles. 1, the coral spawn can settle on them naturally in tanks. 2, we place small fragments of corals on the tiles. And 3, we place coral larvae inside little tiles or pods. And then we use these little tiles, that we put them in these devices, and these devices are then taken to the parts of the reef that needs help. And together these 3 methods are intended to reach the numbers we require annually and a feasible cost per coral. We have just done our first round of experiments with coral larval tiles, using our material with promising initial results, and we will continue to investigate this further. And here you see this little yellow dot there. That is a coral that has decided to settle on the device, and that's where it's going to start its life. In the past couple of years, we have designed many, many iterations of the seeding devices, creating features that engage with the reef and prevent them from moving around, protect the corals in their early stages of life, for example, from predation, that are small, easy to manufacture, and to deploy without human intervention. We have created a modular design, so depending on the reef type, we can deploy different kinds of configurations. We are deploying prototypes to the reef, and we assess how these different designs perform at different types of reef environments. Every few months we go back, we find all of them, measure if they have moved, and if there are any surviving corals. We have now deployed around 6,000 prototype devices, dropping them to the reef, simulating an automated deployment. Out of these 6,000, we are able to find over 90% of the devices, and on average, they move around very, very little, about 30 centimeters. And they also start to become fixed to the reef. And this is what we want to see: healthy corals growing on the devices, and the devices slowly becoming part of the reef. Survivorship numbers are looking really promising. From the trials until now, after 4 months, 83%, and after a year, 68% of settlement tiles still have surviving corals. And these are still wild corals. These are not yet the enhanced, more heat-tolerant corals. So through a massive effort and collaboration of many people and many disciplines, we are working on interventions at scale that can help the Great Barrier Reef resist climate change for a bit longer. Going back to my initial question of what does it mean if corals are our clients? It means non-humans are equal or high importance with humans in the design process. This more than human design is systemic, it is not centered, and has to take into account many species and ecosystems. It is design that is collaborative, requiring multiple expertise and different methods of working from the ones typically used by designers. It is design that can help public understand issues and opportunities, and it can also be designed directly contributing to environmental conservation and regeneration. To conclude, with the environmental crises affecting Earth and the ocean, design must move from human-centered paradigm to more than human design paradigm. We don't have decades to create this shift. We need to create this new practice now and shape environments where humans and non-humans can thrive. Thank you.
Please welcome to a stage Claire Webb.
Hi. We are immersed in a time of meteoric change, from the microbial to the planetary to the extraterrestrial. Biotechnologists snip and rearrange DNA, editing what we call life. Computers that we call intelligent amplify human sensoria, altering what we call the body. Cosmologists' observations of the observable universe reveal that only a fraction of what we see is what we call matter. And our collaboration with animals suggests that what we call the mind extends far beyond the human brain. So these concepts that I've just listed, life, intelligence, matter, body, mind, are ones that are undergoing these momentous revisions. At the Future Humans program at the Berggruen Institute in Los Angeles, California, we are researching and witnessing how these shifts are indeed changing what it means to be human. A lot of you in this room, I think, are designing a future that is already here. And I suggest that this is embodying what philosopher Anna Tsing calls the arts of noticing. You are visualizing, speculating, and materializing new worlds that are more sustainable, adaptable, and equitable than our present one. So something that I've been noticing at the Future Humans program are these really interesting conversations happening about AI. So with the advent of GPT-4 that was just released a few weeks ago, DALL-E and Midjourney, these collaborations with machines are curiously reifying the mind-body dualism that French philosopher René Descartes introduced to us and cemented in Enlightenment thought. And what I mean by this is that AI and thinking and cognition is beginning to be attributed to machines that are over there, whereas the human is something that is this je ne sais quoi that we have to hold on to, that there are these special characteristics. I instead see these human-machine, human-AI, human-robotics collaborations as gesturing to new forms of intelligence that will be creative and collaborative, and I think really fun. So just a few days ago, I was at MIT, and I met a fascinating researcher, Aude Oliva. She's a neuroscientist, and she suggested to me something that I had never thought about. She suggested that what if AI had a, quote, wireless 3D skin mesh that could give computers a more than human body? She said the mesh would be an artificial sensory network extending to the entire Earth. Oliva imagines a world in which, quote, AI could teach us to have different and new qualia within the perceptual and cognitive bandwidths of the brain, a phenomenon that she speculates, quote, is not impossible given the malleability of the brain network. What if machines' embodied ways of knowing were theorized and experimented with alongside their expressions of what we now call intelligence? You see here a very weird entity that straddles the received categories of the biological and the mechanical. These are programmable biological entities that are called xenobots. They are life forms that were just invented in 2020 by the researchers Michael Levin, Josh Bongard, Doug Blackenston, and Sam Kriegman. So let me walk you through the process of how the team created it. So first they decided on a behavior that they wanted the xenobots to display. So in this case, perhaps swarming and locomotion. Then in order to embody that behavior, they ran through this AI pipeline billions of years of evolution through a million different pathways. So they're creating this kind of computational plurality of biological futures. And then they iterated back and forth between what kinds of shapes the xenobots might take in a way that they and the AI thought together would best exhibit a particular behavior. And so this involved creating kind of a Lego shape, slapping it on the wall of a wet biology laboratory, and then literally molding these frog cells by hand. So xenobots are named after the Xenopus laevis, which is a kind of frog. But it also means xenobots, strange robots. And amazingly, they performed exactly, roughly, what the researchers had expected. So what I'm thinking about as a small swarm for biomachine kind represents a really actually novel way of thinking about biology. So in Darwinian evolution, there are these genetic felicitous accidents. My ears are a little bit bigger through some anomaly, and then they grow to a particular shape that behooves me in this evolutionary advantage. These, however, recall another kind of theory of evolution that was discarded when Darwinian evolution became the dominant theory, called Lamarckianism, in which traits were inherited and passed on directly to offspring, but because a giraffe had to reach its tongue just a little bit farther to get that green leaf up there, and then its giraffe child, calf, had a slightly longer tongue and longer neck too. So because these xenobots have the possibility to reproduce, they're doing kind of the same thing that Lamarck thought in terms of passing down their traits, and they're literally molded. I want to point you to the etymology of xeno, which means alien in ancient Greece. And I'm just fascinated by this because alien is related to the word stranger. And you might know that in ancient Greek culture, messengers and visitors, guests, were considered sacred by the gods, and they would rain down terror and punishment if you broke this moral code. So xenobots as an alien or as a stranger is actually someone who can be made, an entity that can be made known, welcomed into the realm of the known entities of the world. And I think that xenobots pose fundamental questions about futures of life, and also the possibility to really collaborate with machines to create new forms of life that are themselves between the biological and the mechanical. So one of the inventors, Michael Levin, along with the philosopher you might know, Daniel Dennett, describes this in relation to xenobots. Tissues, organs, brains, animals, and swarms like anthills, and I will submit to you also swarms like xenobots, form various kinds of minds that can represent, remember, and reach for bigger goals. I think memory and remembering is a really key word here. Memory is not just something that can be stored in the cloud server, which is, actually, physical servers, but is also embodied. So when you play and learn cello or piano, or you smell your dog, or you know what your house smells like, you hear the exact sound of your child, these are all embedded memories. And so thinking about embodied intelligence I think can only be done through embodied memory. And that's something that I think that we need to try to extend to machine others who we're more and more collaborating with. Okay, so in addition to the scientists that I work with, the Future Humans program also supports art and design projects, and I'm so thrilled to share with you 3 pieces of art that I commissioned a year ago today, April 22nd. So it's just kismet that I happen to be here. So behind this AR sculpture is the Bradbury building, which is where the Berggruen headquarters are. And it's just a beautiful place to work, but it also is the embodiment, if you will, of a socialist vision of a science fiction novel in which all of the light streaming down represents communal access and equitable access to light. The fabulous artist and my friend Nancy Baker Cahill created Corpus, which she describes as a blended embodied entanglement between human, machine, and microbiome. So you see different aspects of this at scale, and I think about making kin with Corpus every time I go to work, so it's really special. And every time I think about Corpus, I'm prompted to ask, how will future humans interact with artificial others? Oh, and I just want to mention the heartbeat that you hear. Nancy created a layered audio of a fetal heartbeat, an adult human heartbeat, a narwhal heartbeat, and what I like to call the heartbeat of the universe, which is gravitational waves being produced by black holes colliding. And then she ran it all through an AI machine. Here you see Reeps 100, aka Harry Yeff, the visualization of voices that materialize sound. So these are voice sculptures. They're each voice prints of individual voices. The first one is of Mr. Berggruen. The second one is of Corpus's heartbeat. And the third one is Voices of LA, which include the river and the freeway. And so it's a way to think about material objects and their influence on human experiences and how the built environment can speak just as well as what we call the natural world, indeed kind of troubling why we make a distinction between nature and culture. Finally, this is Su-Gwen Chung. She is performing Ecologies of Becoming With. So she started with this meditative performance that heightened her alpha waves. This is on the floor of the Bradbury building. So she's interacting with this dyadic robotic system that's linked to her brainwave that was captured by an EEG set that then we sonified throughout the building. And if you watch for a bit, what I find so fascinating about Su-Gwen's performance is the intimacy and the familiarity in which she's interacting with these robots. At certain points, she kind of strokes them or she nurtures them along. At other points, she kind of seems like annoyed and she kind of pushes them away. But it's this recursive process of collaboration in which this biofeedback loop, this entanglement with machines is creating this novel third space of collaboration. There's this concept that I'm sure many of you know called anthropomorphing, in which we project human qualities onto non-human entities. But I want to suggest here that Su-Gwen is performing technomorphing, in which she is kind of flipping the script and reaching towards machines. The philosopher Donna Haraway said that becoming is always becoming with, and she's pointing out these relational ways of being with rhizomes, with companion species, and indeed with the whole planet, as we've heard about today. Through the Future Humans program, I want to also just say to you and to kind of seed further exploration that humans can also become with machines to design the future. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Fernando Laposse.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to talk about our new project. My name is Fernando Laposse. I'm a designer from Mexico. And I sort of have focused most of my practice to working primarily focused on materials from my country, and that speak not only about our material culture, but also current events that shape the trade around these commodities. So just briefly, I'm going to go through a couple of slides of a previous project of mine where, for example, I work with an indigenous community to help them reintroduce their heirloom varieties of maize. And we created a new material with their leaves to create, surfacing for architecture and furniture. But, I wanted to start with these slides to show you as well that I'm really kind of deeply preoccupied by what I call rural design and focusing on what the reality of rural communities, especially in the quote-unquote third world, symbolizes or signifies. So today's presentation has to do with another great produce of Mexico, the avocado. And I want to focus this presentation on my research, which talks about mostly, the darker side of the avocado production. This is a project that has been in collaboration and support with the NGV, the National Gallery of Victoria in Melbourne, and it's still a work in progress. It will be fully in display at their triennial later this year. But first, I would say, let's start with the history of the avocado. The avocado is this plant that is native to Mexico that was domesticated and transformed by our indigenous populations thousands of years ago. It was a plant that was revered by the Aztecs, and it has undergone a massive transformation through the hands of men. Probably the most dramatic and contemporary example of that is the creation of the Hass avocado by Rudolf Hass, which was actually a mailman from California that had a really specific tree on his backyard, and all of the Hass avocados of the world come from that one tree. So it's, you know, now Hass avocado represents about 95% of all the avocados traded globally. So it's a really kind of interesting history to look at. But for me, I'm always really obsessed about how global phenomena can have massive impacts in local communities. And I think the story of the avocado really got transformed by a single event, which was the NAFTA free trade agreement signed by Mexico, the United States, and Canada in 1994. Prior to the signing of this treaty, most of the avocado production and consumption was fairly localized in its main two markets, Mexico and California. And there was absolutely not a single avocado traded between the two countries before 1994. This was due to a pest that miraculously was of no importance right after we signed the treaty agreement. And, well, if we think about avocados nowadays, they've become, you know, ever-present in our popular culture. They're everywhere in the internet. It's the most Instagram fruit and vegetables out there. You know, they're smeared on every Sunday brunch. It's the ultimate millennial food. But how did he get there? How did avocado become so popular so quickly? Was it veganism? Was it healthy diet trends? No, you wouldn't believe this, but it was actually probably the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl became, you know, the Super Bowl has always been about excess, but it used to be about eating, I don't know, 20 hamburgers or a foot-long sandwich. But it was thanks to a union of Mexican growers, which made a company called Avocados from Mexico, that they became, well, they sort of forged this new tradition in the United States through a very ambitious marketing campaign that almost bankrupts them. But it really paid off. They started this new tradition of guacamole on you know, Super Bowl Sunday, and you can see some of the stats there, and almost 900% increase in only a decade in consumption in the United States during Super Bowl. So it's, for me, again, it's really kind of fascinating to see how marketing and trade can completely create a new industry within a decade. It's kind of mind-blowing. But so we have to talk about Michoacán if we're going to talk about avocados. Michoacán is the epicenter of avocados. Michoacán is a state in the center of Mexico. It's a very wooded, luscious area, which now produces 8 out of 10 avocados that you consume here in the United States. This is a graph of the massive explosion of avocado production in Michoacán. And if you can see, it's right after the NAFTA agreement that has just started skyrocketing, you know, and the red line symbolizes Mexico, but only Michoacán can export. So this is only the Michoacán exports, which, you know, are bigger than whole countries like Chile or Peru or the Dominican Republic, which are the other 3 big producers. Michoacán alone generates $3 billion a year in revenues from this trade. So it's a massive, massive, massive industry. But Michoacán is also a really biodiverse, important region. And it's home to El Rosario. El Rosario is the world's largest monarch nesting site. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the North American monarch, but it's this beautiful orange butterfly. They winter in Mexico, in El Rosario. These are some images that I took in 2018 when I was there to start this research, basically. And it's really a wonderful sight and almost a spiritual experience. And why is there so many butterflies? Well, because no one really knows why, but most of the population of North America migrates to this one forest in Michoacán. These are butterflies from all over Canada, the United States, the north of Mexico, to this one forest. And El Rosario in particular hosts 80% of all the North American monarchs in a very, very concentrated area in the forest of Michoacán. But this is a forest in peril. In the years immediately after the signing of NAFTA, 44% of the whole really important core forest was deforested. So if you see this, the light green is what they call the buffer forest. The dark green is the core forest, which is a protected UNESCO heritage site. But all the red and orange is all the illegal logging that happens within the boundaries of this super important biosphere. And you can really make a very quick comparison between the decline in monarch population and the ascent of avocado trade over the past decade or so. And sadly, last year, 2022, saw the monarch butterfly put in the endangered species list for the third time already in the past 25 years. It's a species that kind of bounces back and forth, but currently it is in the endangered species list. And I was really kind of taken aback by this one phenomenon that happened in 2002, a total ecological catastrophe where, thanks to a combination of climate change and the thinning of this buffer forest by illegal deforestation, 250 million butterflies froze to death after a freak snowstorm in January. 250 million butterflies are, are close to 75% of the total population of monarchs. And, biologists were super concerned because there was a really good chance when they were doing the population death estimate that the whole species could have been wiped out in one night. So it is a very, very serious event. And the seriousness of the event led to very ambitious reforestation of the buffer forest and the sanctuary itself by local activists and reforesters. And one of the main actors of this effort is the man you see on the right. His name was Homero Gomez Gonzalez, and he was the manager of the sanctuary. He was a really important member of the community. I had the opportunity of meeting him, and with his permission, we went to the cluster of the butterflies, an area completely out of bounds for tourists. This was when I was freelancing for the BBC for a radio piece that we were doing, because I also do photography and video. And I think Homero's story was a really incredible one, because he used to be himself a logger, and he was not only then turned into an activist, but really a community leader that helped to really shift a lot of the locals into the forest preservation rather than using it for wood and avocado production. But his activism, which always involved also dealing with politicians, dealing with local loggers, etc., also exposed him to a lot of danger. And unfortunately, Homero was murdered about a year after I took that photo. We were getting ready for a second round of interviews, and it was quite a devastating thing for everyone and for me personally as well, because to see such an inspirational figure being killed that way, it was quite devastating. His murder, by the way, is still unsolved, 3 years later. So, just to give a quick overview of why this is happening. Well, Michoacán produces, again, $3 billion worth of avocado. Drug cartels and criminal gangs are highly involved in the trade. Forests are illegally cut down to make room for more plantations. And police and local government are paid off to look the other way. At the end of the day, activists and indigenous groups face violence, extortion, and death with impunity. And I must say, the West stays silent. The amount of money that this trade generates causes inaction in both sides of the border. So, for me, really, the death of Homero kind of was a big eye-opener, and it really made me wonder, well, how can we guarantee the safety, if we can't even guarantee the safety, of the activists protecting our forests, how could we ever envision a future for these ecosystems? Mexico is the most dangerous country to be an environmental activist. In 2022, saw 54 Mexican activists murdered. So for me, the environmental crisis we're living is also a humanitarian crisis of inequality. Seeing the issue of men versus nature is reductive. I think it's a complex web of abuse involving both men and nature, and the poorest always lose. One of the biggest issues for me is the lack of international visibility of these deaths and the absence of punishment when these happen. But it's not all lost. I want to also talk about a story of hope, which is the story of Cherán, an indigenous revolt and a story of hope. So this is an indigenous town, also in Michoacán. These are illustrations that we did to kind of illustrate what happened there. Basically, gangs were cutting down their forest. They were also perpetuating a lot of violence against women. And it was actually a group of women that decided to revolt and protect themselves. Using nothing more than sticks and firecrackers, they disarmed these gangs, started a town-wide revolt, and eventually created a new society by negotiating with the federal government. So after the 2011 revolt, Cherán is now an autonomous town. Cherán is a matriarchy ruled by an indigenous council of women. Cherán banned all political parties, has a self-defense militia to protect its forests, demanded reparations from the government in the form of a massive reforestation effort. Cherán reforested its mountains within a decade, and Cherán banned avocados, which I think is a super interesting thing. So these are actual images from Cherán. I mean, these are from other journalists. This is from 2011, all the barricades they did. You know, this is a sign where they demand justice for their forests. And this is one of the signs posted within the town, which forbids everyone from planting avocado. And again, they are at the heart of avocado production. And this is a very telling image of the town of Cherán. On the right, you see the limit of Cherán and the reforested forest. And on the left, you see the next town, which is already gearing to plant avocados. So I think it's a very important example of a community saying no and imagining a new world. So for me, design has the power to communicate complex issues and explore possible resolutions. It's important to create objects that discuss the current state of events and communicate untold stories through the use of local materials. So these are quick snaps of what we're doing for the exhibition. This is a textile that we've been working on for the past 2 years. It's inspired by the tapisserie of Bayeux in Normandy, which traces the Norman invasion of Britain. The tapestry of Bayeux is 300 meters long. Ours is only 40, but you know, it's been 2 years of work, mostly using textiles dyed with avocado. The yellows that you see in there are done with Day of the Dead flowers, marigolds. For me, it was conceptually important because the monarch butterflies are considered the dead of the dead relatives coming back for Day of the Dead because they always arrive at the end of October. And the tapestry itself tells the story of Cherán, the women revolt, the struggle, and the creation of this new society, but also how it then ties to global trade. The second part of the tapestry is all about how avocado is produced, how it's been turned into a world commodity, and the link between overconsumption in wealthier countries and the impact that this has in my country. So to create the tapestry, we had to create our own tools. For example, this gigantic loom to hand sew everything. We're also creating a new material, which is done with the skins of avocados. And we created this new kind of marquetry material that is almost like leather as well. We're creating a series of furniture, which are still not ready to be shown. But we also use all the offcuts of the textile. And for me, I had this idea of creating a piece that was inspired by Japanese boro. Japanese boro is about reparation. It's about, you know, repairing broken workwear. So we decided to make an avocado boro, hiding certain embroidery details that hint at this violence, even though the piece looks like this kind of like millennial pink fluffy thing. I also wanted to give it a little bit of an aesthetic of a sarcophagus or a coffin, because this piece is done in honor of Homero. And I think to finish my talk, I will leave you with a small excerpt of the documentary that we're also working for the Triennale. And for me, it's the most kind of personal and emotional part of the documentary because it's done with excerpts from video Facebook videos that Homero posted, and we isolated that audio with the permission of his family, and we created this short video with images that I took the day that I met him. So I'll leave you with that.
Se está viviendo una gran locura de la mariposa monarca, donde millones vuelan y vuelan por todos lados, en el cielo. Mira qué hermoso, algo maravilloso. Aquí es donde duermen las viajeras, las polinizadoras. Hoy vuela y vuela por todos los senderos, buscando agua. Mira, más que bendición, buscando agua, buscando flores. Aquí en el santuario del Rosario, el más grande y hermoso del mundo. Hoy se viste de naranja el cielo.
Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dominic Leong.
I'm Dominic Leong. I'm architect, partner at Leong with my brother Chris. I just want to say it's just such a great privilege to be here speaking with such incredible people doing beautiful and brave work. I also want to give a shout out to Dave Kamara, one of the Young Climate Prize winners, who I had the privilege of mentoring. Congratulations, Dave. Welcome to New York City. In many ways, what I'm going to talk about is sort of a transition from the more than human back to the human, knowing that the care for these two forms of life, or multi-forms of life, is really interconnected. So in our practice with my brother and partner, Chris, we really think about home and different versions of home, partly because much of our work involves some sort of housing, whether it's social housing or a private home. And since we're curious people like you all, we believe that architecture should rise to our most pressing challenges and help imagine new futures. We're not interested in any single typology or project, but rather the whole ecosystem of spaces and experiences that make up our everyday lives, that shape culture, that hold us together as communities, but also as a planetary civilization. And within these ecosystems and life worlds, where we live and eat and learn and play, we've been curious about who feels at home in these spaces. Whose bodies are these spaces designed for? How does form and materiality come together to make a stool, a house, or an institution feel like it opens up new worlds for you? How can architecture spark a sense of curiosity and comfort in our everyday lives? So if home is not a house, then what is it? And what does it mean to ask this question today? And whose home are we talking about? And what does it mean to think about home within our housing crisis, within our ecological crisis? What does it mean to recover ideas of home that have been erased? What does it mean to think about home across scales and geographies? And how do we not just live together, but how do we live together well? What we do know is that home today has to respond to many social and ecological needs that are inseparable. So when I think about home, in the context of Napa Valley, where Chris and I grew up, life has changed drastically because of the wildfires in just a matter of a few years. Places that I remember as lush green forest were literally scorched, homes and communities across California decimated within hours, sometimes even minutes. So in our climate crisis, home is in a fire zone. You may have heard of the harrowing stories of people jumping into their swimming pools or surviving the fires by hiding in their basements. So when we were asked to design a home on a steep hill in Mount Washington in Los Angeles, we thought about creating a home as a refuge in a wildfire. What was needed was a stark contrast to the sprawling, light and airy, iconic case study homes of the last century, which were notoriously under-insulated, Instead, we designed a compact and passively cooled home that could save its inhabitants from a fast-moving wildfire. Prefabricated modules stacked on top of a concrete plinth that serves as a safe zone. Sandwiched between the modules is a stairwell that connects each floor, acting as a thermal chimney, pulling air through the various living spaces on each level. But home can also consider our climate far into the future as a net zero sanctuary devoted to living with art. For this project, we were given a very interesting brief by a family in Los Angeles to renovate their existing home. The couple, who run a contemporary art gallery, asked us to do three things. First was to create an environment that felt like it was a home for art, but not saturated with it. The second was to make the home as sustainable as possible and only renovate 50% of this existing suburban house. And last was to challenge the aesthetic and programmatic cliches of domesticity. So we began exploring ways to take this suburban house and reconfigure its relationship with the entire lot. We were interested in how a series of figures or a composition of walls could create new relationships between the inside and the outside, delineating public and private areas of domestic life with a sequence of outdoor rooms and courtyards where the kitchen and the playroom overlooked a xeriscape rock garden. And rather than a living room, the couple envisioned a soundproof media cube and a TV film screening. Sorry, a media room for TV and film screening. So while that project was thinking about how to live with art, this next project thinks about how to care for artists and support creative communities. So how can home be a hub for artists? Ray Philly is a community hub for artists designed with partners who intimately understand the needs of contemporary artists. And that artists across the country, especially in places like Philadelphia, exist in a community no matter who they are or what they make. Philadelphia is a city with very distinct neighborhoods with artists in all of them. So to create a hub that spoke to artists across the city required building thoughtful relationships and understanding the context. When we began working on this project at the beginning of the pandemic, we were excited about what seemed like a unique opportunity to design a place to support the local art and creative community in Philadelphia. So Ray Philly is situated on the border of Fishtown and Kensington, a historic industrial neighborhood that houses several longstanding arts organizations like Crane Arts. To build Ray, we had to be in conversation with these neighbors to ensure we were adding another cultural asset to the neighborhood that would be needed and welcome. The project takes a thoughtful approach to understanding how development can work with an existing context and community to offer a cultural hub and think of space as a resource. As forming partnerships with longstanding artists like Clay Studios, the neighbor just down the street, or becoming a new home for Ulysses, a Philly-based art publisher and bookstore. Ray invited the artist Michelle Lopez, who lives in Philly, to do a site-specific installation on the facade of the building. In Michelle's research into the history of industrial labor in the neighborhood, the work honors the communities of people that had been there before. Named Wind Under One Sky, it became a contemporary crown for the building and how it meets the sky. You can see it on the upper left there. And for us as architects, what this meant was to lean into the materiality of the historic buildings and think about how to work with brick in a tactile way that would be material story tied to its place through a sense of depth and relief, not as you defeat in typical development constraints. We brought the sense of materiality into the interiors where an installation by the artist Rashid Johnson will find its home for people to live with and make their own work in a workshop or a flexible photo studio. We wanted the building to connect to the life of the neighborhood, to literally be able to open its doors along the sidewalk, where artist studios like Michelle Lopez and galleries and small shops can all coexist and become part of the everyday life of the neighborhood. So there's these garage doors that essentially open up the studios and the different spaces that allow this kind of free flowing from the neighborhood in. And like artists, all kinds of communities need care, especially those that have been marginalized for generations. When we were commissioned to design a new home for the Los Angeles LGBT Center in Hollywood, it was an opportunity to think about home as an intergenerational network of needs that gives a civic presence to the LGBT community within the city of Los Angeles. The campus converges social services and affordable housing that were spread across Hollywood and originated in the network of liberation houses, which were home to grassroots activism in LA's queer community in the 1970s. It's an urban campus that translates between the institutional and the domestic, a collection of programmatic forms unified by their materiality and porosity, and courtyards that connect and buffer privacy while providing safe outdoor spaces for seniors and youth. The heart of the campus is Pride Hall, a multi-purpose space that opens directly onto a new public plaza. And can be a venue for anything from a wedding to an Earth, Wind, and Fire dance class.
More, here we go. 5, 6 to the right, to the right. Step out and slide. Kick.
I love that clip. And as we transition from home at the scale of civic care, we come back to the idea that home is not a house, but home as a ritual of care. One of the most iconic homes of the 20th century is the Schindler House, designed by Rudolf Schindler in 1922 as a unique experiment in domesticity. It was designed for two families that were to live together in connected but separate parts of the house. But the history of this home is complicated, and much of it has been erased. We were invited to participate in an exhibition curated by Mimi Zeiger titled Soft Schindler that recovered the story of Pauline Schindler, Rudolph's wife, whose presence in the history of the house has been all but erased. Reflecting on the life of the house as an experiment in domesticity, we designed 3 stone vessels for a culinary experiment, inviting 2 fermentation experts, Ai Fujimoto and Jessica Wang. I and Jessica spent 3 months fermenting miso and lemons that were then served at a dinner where we invited artists and designers and curators from across Los Angeles to bring domestic life back into the house. For us, this project was about recognizing that home is not just an object or a single space, but is complex and relational. A network of spaces and connections that make up everyday lives, some material, some immaterial, some formal, some informal, some permanent, some ephemeral, some that are fixed, and some that will always be fluid. In the end, home is about people. So my wife Dina and I had our first baby a few months ago. You might have heard her in the back earlier. And it's really reinforced how important this idea of home is, and how fortunate we are to be in such an incredible community of artists and creators and designers and thinkers who really care about the world. There she is. She goes by Mango. So I want to thank Beatrice and the World Around team for making its own version of home for this community, and for our practice, making home at different scales and different contexts for different people is not possible without visionary partners like Dasha Zukova and the Ray team, Joseph Ver and Esther Kim, Lori Jean and the Los Angeles LGBT Center, and Mimi Zeiger and the Mac Center. Thank you for always grounding people and their needs. It helps us all remember that architecture is a future that we build together. And I'll leave you with this sketch of home by my 9-year-old nephew, who's not here, unfortunately, which gives me some hope that maybe the future is brighter than we think. Thank you.
Hello. About 30 years ago, this September, is the anniversary of when I entered architecture school. I entered quite late as an architecture student. I had studied art and engineering and urbanism prior to that, and most importantly, I had come here with my family as an immigrant. And I was a reluctant architecture student, I have to confess, because if you had studied those things and had those life experiences, architecture in the 90s was, you opened a magazine and it was largely about trend and fashion and signature. And if you'd had other life experiences, you understood that while people were talking about trend and fashion and signature, that the world was burning. So now it is wonderful that with, events like the World Around, we can talk about this so openly. And it comes at the time of concomitant crisis, right? This comes tied with, the fact that if you just look in the United States, the enormous concentration of wealth with one race, or the fact that technology has moved us from the internet to the smartphone to social media and now to artificial intelligence. I took a cross-country trip with my 19-year-old son during the pandemic, and he said, "Dad, you and your friends, all you talk about is climate change, blah, 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 blah. Don't you know that artificial intelligence is going to bring you down way before that?" Hopeful, this generation, right? And it's interesting. So if you think about climate change, inequity, technology, and then I would add to that this other very interesting thing that's happening that actually was previously mentioned, which is our global population is estimated to hit somewhere between 10 and 11 billion people by the end of this century and then stabilize. It's interesting. I mean, if you understand population, you understand that overpopulation happened because of colonialism, trillions of pounds of wealth, tens, if not hundreds of millions of lives lost, and total depredation left in the aftermath of that. And that period is taking literally hundreds of years to work its way into stabilization. So I actually see this as a good thing. Many do not. Many look at overpopulation or just population as a kind of negative thing, and they tie population to climate change. And I find this fascinating because if you look at where the population is going to grow versus carbon emissions per capita, you understand that those two graphs are exact opposites of each other. That who uses the resources is very, very different from where the majority of the people are. And in fact, you can look at a more granular level. This was a study from Berkeley about the fact that actually most rural areas and most intensely urban areas share a fairly low carbon capita per person. It's all the stuff in the middle. And so we talk about so many things, but it's really quite straightforward. It's the daily use of houses and single-family cars that have got us into this mess. And so when you hear this thing that the world is urbanizing, what you have to understand is when people talk about that statistic, the world is really suburbanizing. I see this wherever I go. This is 6 continents around the world. The suburbs are metastasizing. And now billions of people who are moving out of poverty are moving into Western lifestyles that the world can ill afford. And in some ways, it's hard to criticize that given what we're doing to our cities. Our cities are equally homogenous. They've become unaffordable. They've become banal and placeless. And yet, I still have this great hope, and it is my life's hope, that urbanism is something that is endemic to our species. And the pandemic was the great test run for this, right? That there was always this notion that we could just live off in a mountaintop somewhere. And yet, if you step outside in that sidewalk, you'll understand that with every piece of technology available to us, that we are a collective species. And this is true throughout any culture that you might read about through human history. And so what I've started to think about is this idea that urbanity is something that is quite specific to us as a species, and it happens regardless of scale. Urbanity is not the same thing as the metropolis or the city. It has to do with this idea that whether at the scale of the village or at the scale of the metropolis, that real urbanity is about the connection of difference, that rather than segregation. There's a Greek city planner, I'm sure many of you know his work, Doxiades, who talked about this. This is actually a Charles Correa diagram, who argued that people who are born differently seek out density to find others who think differently in order to change the world. In some ways, this could be a diagram of the Arab Spring. And so that reluctant architecture student actually started to embrace architecture, not just because of a love of design, but the notion that design could connect people across difference. And that if it could connect people across difference, that you could create a place, a world of place and pluralism and planet. And what I've come to realize in a lot of my career is that the absolute glue of that is infrastructure, equitable and ecological infrastructure, what I call an infrastructure of opportunity that extends beyond the traditional definition and into social housing, healthcare, our connection to nature, and so forth. And so that means that we have to think about infrastructure not just as the beauty for the few. I know many of you are not from New York, but many of you will recognize this as the new Moynihan train hall that serves about 5% of the riders of Penn Station. But the fact that we have to address the precarity for the many, the fact that most people are left across the street in the old station. And this is a story that's about much more than a train station. It's about whether we believe in the city as a public city. And so I started an architecture firm about 7.5 years ago called POW. And one of the first things that happened to us was kind of extraordinary. The New York Times contacted us about a response to this notion that this train station was being built in the Farley building across the street. And we had this idea of recycling Madison Square Garden, the arena that sits on top of it, as a new train station. So I got some engineers drunk because the Times paid us $150 to do a lot of work. And so I had some happy hours and got them to, basically confirm that we could actually do this. And this image kind of hit the papers, and there was this notion that you could really change this infrastructure for the many. And what's interesting is just a couple of weeks ago, hot off the presses, a private infrastructure group has come together to not quite do that plan, leave the garden in place, but they invited me to a meeting, and the first thing they said is that your advocacy actually helped us get to a different and better place, and they asked us to join this team, and it's kind of a long story, but we decided to join this team because we think we can make this better working with HOK, our partner architects. And so we've just started this endeavor of working on a new train station. It's kind of an extraordinary event. And what is interesting about this is that's the original Penn Station down below, the Farley building that was built as a mirror of it, but that station is now a ghost. So now we're looking at a mirror of a ghost. And so that whole story, for me, sets up the lesson of what makes architecture relevant for our practice. And it is about this notion that in a world where we have to solve big issues like climate change and inequity and deal with technology, that we are only going to be able to do that if we are connected as a people. And that we can, through architecture, build connection across a variety of different means, starting with the climate. And I'm going to give an example of each form of connection, and a kind of odd one when you think about the climate, which is the airplane. I'm an immigrant. My wife's an immigrant. We met because of the airplane. I know a lot of you flew here. We just won this extraordinary competition to design the country's next generation of air traffic control towers across the prototype for many of the regional airports across the country. And our inspiration was a combination of R2-D2 and Bertram Goodhue. R2-D2 for his fun functionality, and Bertram Goodhue because he understood verticality in the landscape like few other architects did. And this notion that these might be some of the tallest structures in these places where they're born, so it's built. So this thing has to telescope depending on where it is deployed. And so it is this kind of Star Wars machine aesthetic. And it is highly sustainable in terms of being all electric, geothermal, and so forth. And I know many of you might say, aviation, sustainable, aren't those things fundamentally at odds with each other? And yet we fly. And Secretary Buttigieg is very serious about decarbonizing the aviation industry by 2050. And so it is interesting to think about how this can form climate connection. And then along a similar note, but with social housing, the social connection, we were asked to do a research project about carbon negative housing. And Liam mentioned something during the talk earlier that was very interesting. He said, you know, we have the technology to do this with sustainability. And so we're trying to think about a Goldilocks urban scale of housing using completely available technology to create carbon negativity, a scale between the single-family house, which you can achieve carbon negativity with, and the tower, which is very hard to achieve carbon negativity with today's technology. And basically, it's this simple equation of the number of inhabitants and the amount of roof area in a sunny climate in terms of how much energy you consume versus produce. And this is, for the architects in the room, a single stair module, which the International Code allows you to do if the ground floor units are accessible, and a fairly inexpensive way to build urban infill housing in lots of different places around the world using this prototype, whether it's built of brick or wood, and that's something that we are now trying to get a beta test built of. Cultural connection, because we are not widgets. And so how do we build our cultural buildings to, again, create connection in our cities? This is an expansion of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We're designing the IMP building. We seem to be following IMP around since he won that air traffic control competition some years ago. And we always try to inspire our clients to build public space. And so we are building public space in the interstitial space between the expansion and the pay pyramid. And building a place of culture for Cleveland, which is a very important thing in that city. Landscape connection. The notion that land ties us to our narratives and stories. And this was a project for New York State, downtown Niagara Falls, 8 million visitors a year, and yet no one goes into the downtown. And so we proposed a heritage loop with a number of acupuncture points along that loop that talk about the history of electricity and so forth. We're designing an observation deck near the Niagara River. And most recently, as part of that loop, it's an extraordinary thing. We've been asked to design a memorial to freedom seekers on the Underground Railroad. Both Harriet Tubman and Frederick Douglass were very involved in getting enslaved people across to Canada in the 1800s from Niagara Falls, and so a memorial to that journey. Material connection, which is another thing that we find as a very important thing to ground people in place and connect them back to their stories and their history. This at Princeton University, where landscape is material, where through a new building that was donated by Melody Hobson, Princeton denamed all of the buildings named after Woodrow Wilson because of his racist views. And Melody is one of the most prominent African-American alumni to donate a new building in the heart of the campus. And so this building will be a very urban building in the heart of a very bucolic campus through these courtyards, this new east-west corridor. And this question of materiality, so using brick and terracotta that ties back to the Gothic architecture of the campus, but obviously using contemporary form, but in a scale that is coherent with the campus. And then finally, formal connection, because I do believe in architecture and I believe in form and I believe in the power of form. But how you deploy form, I think, in today's age is a very different thing than when I first entered school. And this is one of our very first projects. This is the Domino Sugar Refinery in Brooklyn, where we were asked to design an office building in a building that was really designed as a shell for equipment to refine sugar. If you knew how sugar was refined, you'd never touch the stuff again. It's really disgusting. But it had these big vats of lamb bones. Don't ask me why. And so those were taken out. There's this brick shell. And so this building is being built with this gap in between the new and the old. In my previous life, I worked very hard on the master plan for the park that surrounds this building. And so it's wonderful to now be working on kind of the jewel inside of it. And for us, with every building, it is about creating porosity. So we work with the Landmarks Commission to turn every door into a window to create this kind of porous enfilade around the building that spills out into the park. And I leave you with this, which is a construction photo of that project. It's going on right now. We're working with field operations in terms of the landscape and the biophilia. So it'll rain and snow in that gap between the new and the old building. And so I wanted to leave you with a construction site because that world of connection, of being connected to our history, being connected to nature, is something that is very much a world for us to construct. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Already here. That concludes our second session. Thank you so much to our incredible speakers for that session. I feel rejuvenated. I'm sure you all do too. We're offering a very short coffee break, 15 minutes. There's coffee and little cookies for you out in the lobby. I know, very generous of us. Please come back promptly. I'm talking of family and all of these kind of beautiful community things. After the break at 4 o'clock, we will be presenting you, we'll start with Alice Rawsthorn, who I can't wait to share her conversation, her talk with you. But very excitingly, we have the Young Climate Prize winners, which is the World Around's newest initiative. All three of the winners are going to be here, and there will be a short conversation and a presentation of the awards. So please stick around for that. Have a great break. Thank you so much for being here. See you soon.
Thank you for joining session 2. There will now be a short coffee break. The World Around Summit will resume with our final session starting at 4 p.m. Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hope you're all caffeinated. This final session, The Voices of the World Around, introduces and amplifies the hopeful, global, and interconnected future, with seminal talks by leading voices in our community. We're going to start with a slight switch, actually. I'm just sort of ad-libbing from my notes. But we're actually going to start with the video by a beautiful short film by River Claure, which is a reinterpretation of The Little Prince. So that's going to kick off the session. And then we're going to go to a presentation by one of my favorite people in the whole world, Rawsthorn, who's one of our design champions and also an alumni of The World Around from 2021. This whole session is going to be oriented around the idea that the world around is our responsibility and our joy, in fact, to present the ideas and the visions of the future. So a lot of the presentations that you've seen today maybe are from very well-established voices or emerging voices, but this session is going to end with the Young Climate Prize presentations and award ceremony. We met the Young Climate Prize winners yesterday for the first time. They flew in from Pakistan, from Rwanda, from Mexico, and I'm just so excited to share their work with you and to share our work about what we're trying to actively do at the World Around for the climate crisis. We're also in this session, before we go to the Young Climate Prize award ceremony, we're going to have Joseph Zeal-Henry, who is we have two Venice pavilions. One is the British pavilion, co-curated by Joseph Henry of Sound Advice. He's going to be presenting and giving an insight into his practice. And we'll also be hearing from Kyong Park, who's a New York staple. He's founder of Storefront for Art and Architecture, and also the co-curator of the Korean Pavilion. So we'll be going straight into the video by River. I hope that you enjoy it. And then straight after that, we'll be hearing from Rawsthorn. And I really hope you enjoy this session. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a long day, but I hope that you're all feeling encouraged and you enjoyed the talk so far. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll hand it over to River. Thank you so much.
Uka boa sutin Katarina Kar Uiwanak Ukampach o Ontaphe Ukat Anira Kiu Umtan Atip Kiti Ukatka Sohta Parsinakau Ikiparaki. kap maininayakatan sarasah haniu gauki walihais sarkaspati. Alak pachat halak tanta.
Please welcome to the stage Alice Rawsthorn.
Hello. First of all, I would like to thank Bea and her fantastic team at the World Around and the whole Guggenheim team for organizing such an incredible, fascinating event for us today. I'm Alice Rawsthorn, and this is Raymond Williams. He was a philosopher, an academic, a cultural critic, and a card-carrying member of the Communist Party, who was a towering figure in late 20th century Britain as one of its most powerful and influential public intellectuals. As you can see, he could have been sent straight from central casting for the role. The furrowed brow, the crumpled polo neck, the purposeful air. Even the quaint country cottage was an absolutely typical home for his generation of British left-wing intellectuals. He was a working-class hero whose father was a railway worker in rural Wales, and Williams would almost certainly have followed suit had he not had a better education and the chance to win a scholarship to Cambridge University, where he taught for many decades, writing books that redefined British thinking on culture and society, selling over 750,000 of them. Now, among those books was one called Keywords, which was published in 1976 with definitions of 155 words that Raymond Williams believed were culturally definitive for Britain at the time. And among them were art, culture, nature, organic, radical, society, and violence, but not architecture or design, which were also absent from the 21 new words that were added to a new edition of the book in 1983. Anarchism, ecology, liberation, and sex were among them, but again, architecture and design were excluded. Now, did this matter, is the obvious question, and the answer is yes, because their exclusion was an accurate reflection of their low cultural currency in Britain and elsewhere. There was very little intellectually engaged debate on design at the time, and the rare exceptions, such as the British historian Reyna Banham and the artist Richard Hamilton, or the French sociologists Jean Baudrillard and Roland Barthes, tended to analyze design in terms of its relationship to styling and consumerism, thereby reinforcing the cliched assumption of it as a styling and promotional tool, concerned with surface appearance rather than substance. Architecture fared a little better, as there was an established culture of architectural criticism, not least among culturally engaged architects like Robert Venturi, Denise Scott-Brown, Stephen Eisenhower, and later Rem Koolhaas. But it tended to be limited to academic circles, and it was rare for voices on design to generate the spirited, rigorous, cross-cultural debates that were so enriching for art, literature, and film. The economics of the media didn't help, as even serious media like the New York Times and The Guardian were and still are heavily dependent on advertising revenue from businesses that sold or furnished real estate. So they had an unspoken vested interest in perpetuating frothy, stylistic stereotypes of design in their editorial. And these problems were compounded by the dearth of diversity among the gatekeepers to design and architectural discourse, the editors and publishers, almost all of whom were white, cis male, and based in the global north, and who tended to commission people like themselves, thereby blocking other voices. Not much had changed, in other words, since the senior staff of the Bauhaus, tellingly known as the Masters, were photographed on the roof of the new Bauhaus Dessau in 1928. There they are, as you can see, all white, all male, with one exception, the lone female, the redoubtable Günther Stelzel. Now, another lone female appeared in an architectural group portrait, which was taken 70 years later in 2014, this one. It was commissioned by the BBC to promote a TV documentary series called The Brits Who Made the Modern World, which featured 6 of the best-known and most prolific British architects of the time, including one woman, Patty Hopkins. Now, the others are, from left to right, Patty's husband and professional partner, Michael Hopkins, Nicholas Grimshaw, Norman Foster, Richard Rogers, and Terry Farrell. But the photograph you can see on the screen was the first version of the image. When the final version appeared to promote the television series, it looked like this. Exactly, the lady vanished. So why did the BBC do this? The only logical reason is that it assumed that its audience shared its misogynistic assumption that all famous architects had to be men. So, lonely though she looked on that flat Bauhaus roof in 1928, at least Günther Stelzel stayed in the picture. As in every other sphere, this cycle of gender bias becomes self-perpetuating. If you're a clever, ambitious kid, why would you pursue a career where you'd risk being seen as being too black, too brown, too queer, too trans, too female, too whatever? You wouldn't. Again, does this matter? Absolutely, for the simple reason that design matters. It has meant many different things at different times and in different contexts, but it has always had one elemental role, and that's as an agent of change that can help to ensure that changes of any type, social, political, ecological, cultural, scientific, whatever, are interpreted in ways that will make our lives better rather than worse. And as such, design is a ubiquitous force in our lives that has a profound impact on all areas, for better and for worse. So it stands to reason that we need the best possible designers to act as these change agents. And if we don't get them, if they only represent one gender, one heritage, one body type, or one geography, we lose out. The design community must be reflective of us all. And until that happens, billions of people's lives and our planet will continue to be adversely affected by design decisions that are taken predominantly by white cis males in the global north. Now, not all of their design decisions are disadvantageous, of course, but, as we'll see, many of them unwittingly are. Because many of them design, possibly unknowingly, possibly not, for people like themselves. Now, the writer and activist Caroline Criado Perez analyzed this brilliantly in her book, Invisible Women, Exposing Data Bias in a World Designed for Men, which she discussed at the 2021 edition of The World Around. In the book, she crunches through data to demonstrate precisely how damaging design's gender bias can be. Among her findings are that women are 47% likelier to be killed or seriously injured in car crashes than men are, not least because so many cars have been designed and tested on cis male-shaped crash test dummies like this one. Similarly, women are 50% likelier to be misdiagnosed after heart attacks because the medical equipment and protocols, again, were designed for men, and also largely by men. And when Apple designed its first health tracker, the presumably all male or mostly male design team failed to include menstruation, completely ridiculous given that it's a condition that affects 50% of the global population for several decades of their lives. Now, another deeply worrying example is the gender bias that we find, and other forms of bias that are perpetuated by the data sets that dominate artificial intelligence programs, like this one. We know that the data is often so archaic that it's dangerously inadequate and simply reinforces outdated stereotypes. Hence, women, queer and trans folks, and people of color are routinely misidentified by AI-driven biometric surveillance systems like this one, often with damaging consequences such as false arrests, rejected passport and visa applications, or failed credit checks. And the same problems apply to the neo-colonial model of design decisions being taken about projects to be used in the global south by people living thousands of miles away in the global north who have little or no clue about local needs and conditions. The Dutch architect Jan Willem Petersen delivered a compelling analysis of this in this project. It's an investigative design research exercise into Task Force, it's back again, into Task Force Aruzgan, which was an ambitious and expensive Dutch-funded post-conflict reconstruction program in Afghanistan in the 2010s, so obviously before the recent Taliban takeover. The Netherlands had largely funded the construction of this sort of infrastructure throughout Aruzgan, a derelict, poverty-stricken, war-ravaged province. New schools, clinics, roads, police stations, mosques, bridges, factories, even an airport in this desolate region. Jan spent months traveling around it to analyze the efficacy of the new infrastructure. His aim was simply to find out whether or not it was fit for purpose and was fulfilling its designated function efficiently. And he concluded that only a few years after the completion of most of the projects, only 1 in 5 of them served a useful purpose. That's 20%. 30% had serious flaws, and 50% were barely functional or closed down or abandoned. The principal reason was because their Western designers had failed to take account of the local climate and context. So an example is a village where the Dutch decided to build 5 primary schools, even though the population was only 2,500 people. So obviously there weren't enough kids to fill the schools. As soon as they realized that, they stopped construction. The local people had been building a primary school of their own, but they abandoned that, foolishly thinking that the Western schools would be better. That village still has no schools, but no functioning schools, but it has 5 derelict ones. Similarly, a road was constructed for military use, which was then given over to the local community. But the asphalt was so smooth, it wasn't the kind of track that local people had been used to driving on, that they couldn't control the speed of their vehicles, there were crashes, and there were accidents and injuries. And so, again, had more forethought been put in, a road safety campaign would have accompanied it. But none of the designers took these local factors into account because they only heard and heeded their own voices. Now, all these systemic challenges have been assuaged to some degree by the impact of Web 3 and 4.0 technology in empowering more voices to be heard and more people to hear them, by enabling designers to operate independently, to pursue their humanitarian and ecological goals, or other chosen courses as entrepreneurial design activists. Most of the technologies are fairly basic and affordable. Crowdfunding platforms enable them to raise funding. Thanks to ever more powerful computers, they can manage huge quantities of complex data, while social media helps them to raise awareness of their work and to voice their ideas, liberated from the need to secure the approval of those once omnipotent gatekeepers. Individually, any of these technologies would have had a major impact on design, as they have on other sectors, but collectively they've proved transformative by radically redefining the practice and possibilities of design and empowering the kind of incredible work we've heard about today. So, design has been able to address major challenges like the climate emergency and refugee crisis, but also critically to engage in the vigorous cross-cultural debates from which it was hitherto excluded. More and more design voices are now heard, and more people are able to listen to them. So this is something that Paola Antonelli and I are committed to empowering and enabling on our research platform, Design Emergency. Having begun it, we used Instagram to identify and interview the global design leaders forging positive change in specific areas of our lives, and then to record, stream, and share their voices. And it's since become both a podcast and a book. Another example is the incredible work of the Ghanaian architect David Adjaye in transforming perceptions of Africa's rich and eclectic architectural heritages in his personal research projects across the continent, over 20 years of travel and research that he's shared in many media, including his Instagram. These are recent posts by David, which include remarkable structures in Egypt, Ethiopia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Mauritania. And the Nigerian product designer Nifemi Marcus Bello has investigated ancient and vernacular approaches to design and making in West Africa from his Lagos studio in his Africa, a Designer's Utopia research project. And, of course, when the Venice Architecture Biennale opens next month, Leslie Locco, the first Black curator it has had, and this is only the third Biennale to be curated by a woman, will reveal her program, which is focused on Africa and its future. Meanwhile, the Italian designers Andrea Tremarchi and Simone Farasin of Forma Fantasma have mounted investigative research programs into design's relationship to complex and contentious fields, such as the vast, largely illicit trade in digital waste and the horrific ecological impact of the global timber industry. And the Israeli architect Eyal Weizman of Forensic Architecture has developed a new application for design to pursue climate and humanitarian crimes and to secure justice for the victims by using open source intelligence. While live and streamed events like the World Around and the Prada Frames Symposia, curated by Forma Fantasma, on design's relationship to other complex issues, including one on the politics of waste that was held in Milan this week, they combine the voices of philosophers, scientists, historians, poets, anthropologists, and activists with those of architects and designers to generate the provocative discourse which design has sorely lacked for so long. Even so, there's a very long way to go to ensure that we have the multiplicity of design voices we need to raise public and political awareness of design's true potential and to equip more people to make smarter design choices, but while ensuring that the design community really is as diverse and inclusive as possible. This can't happen until it embraces every area of society in terms of gender, heritage, age, geography, knowledge, and skills. And this is one of the many reasons why the Young Climate Prize is such an important and exciting step forward as a platform for compelling new voices and fresh perspectives and to begin mutually enriching conversations. So Pamela, Namra, David, and Aziba, congratulations to you all. I'm thrilled to be here, to have the opportunity to meet you and to hear and heed your voices and follow your adventures in design in the future. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Joseph Zeal-Henry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You still with me? I can't see any of you, but at some point, one of you will be part of this talk. So don't look scared. It's a very simple task that I'll be asking for you to be part of. So the reality of sound advice is that every time I'm asked to speak about it, I talk about it in a slightly different way. Much like Aretha Franklin, who never sang a song the same way, I never talk about sound advice in the same way more than twice. Partly because it's been based on instinct, but partly it's a part-time pursuit. So it never has my full focus. My full-time job is working for the Mayor of London, where I lead a team called Making Space for Culture. And we spend a lot of our time working with institutions like the V&A or the BBC or the Museum of London, investing in their projects, but also trying to extract social value from them. So I have a lot of face-to-face with cultural institutions and institutions, to give you some context of what I do, that kind of spurred on sound advice. We consider ourselves a platform that explores new forms of spatial practice through music. And we kind of conceived it as a counter institution or an extra institutional space. What we mean by that is this idea of what institutions could do, but also this need to build new institutions as a practice. Before I begin, I thought I'd mention that today is the 30th anniversary of the murder of Stephen Lawrence. And I don't know if people that will resonate in this room, but Stephen Lawrence was an 18-year-old child who was murdered 30 years ago today by some racist thugs in South London. And after he was murdered, the police bungled the investigation. And they bungled the investigation because they were basically a bunch of racists. And the parents, Doreen and Neville Lawrence, as well as his brother Stuart, led a campaign which led to the Macpherson Report. And the Macpherson Report 30 years ago, or less time than that, found the Metropolitan Police to be racist, institutionally racist. So almost 30 years later, another report came out this year about the Metropolitan Police that found them to be institutionally racist, homophobic, and misogynistic. So they've somehow got worse in that prevailing time. And this is why I talk about institutions. I guess I'm skeptical of the ability for institutions to reform themselves and to move forwards. So by creating a sort of institutional type practice, what we wanted to do is show the alternative of these spatial cultural institutions. And like many good stories, it starts from rejection. This video that I'm playing behind me was something we submitted when I was first shortlisted to do the British Pavilion. And we were around a room of established architectural peers. And we were talking about the importance of culture, the importance of sharing ideas, of plurality. And we were told by quite a few of them, what's that got to do with architecture? That doesn't really have a place in the British Pavilion. That was essentially their feedback. They were sort of yes, this all sounds great, but there's no theory behind this. You have no theory that makes you think, that makes us believe that culture could be part of architecture, or your culture could be part of architecture. So after this rejection, myself and Jaden sat down in this Indian grill called Nido's in Whitechapel and hatched a plan to build that world, to build that theory, to develop a praxis where we practice, and then in the absence of theory, in the hope of creating theory. And what we've tried to do is use that rejection and to spur us on to think about our practice differently and how we work differently. So this film was made with us and these two filmmakers called Tim and Barry. And Tim and Barry are an avant-garde filmmakers. So they were the first people to have a YouTube channel with content made specifically for it. And they also famously directed Skepta's That's Not Me video and other videos by people like Jammer and Tempati. So they were very credible in one world, but somehow suddenly, and they're very credible in my world, but suddenly then told in a room of people this culture doesn't matter. It was quite annoying, to say the least. So I ended up founding Sound Advice with Pooja. This is Pooja. We met at the mayor's office, and we met through our love of music. We were always the people with headphones on in the office. It was always us two, banging tunes out. And I would say we're inherently critical people. And I think our criticality came from us being clients, strategic clients for the mayor. And we were interested in this idea of people, architecture is distinct from building. Architecture as a professional service is something, but building, the act of making, whether it's community or spaces, is really interesting to us. So we wanted to pursue that. And the first thing we did was we were asked to write this essay. We basically were what would be useful? We were asked to write an essay about diversity, and I was sort of bored of responding to these kinds of briefs. So what we did is we created a survival guide for black and brown architects to deal with the type of encounters you might have. So one is look glam whilst networking. The photographer will inevitably snap a photo of you as you enter the room to capture the event's diversity. and so forth. And it seemed to resonate. But there's a limit to how far criticality in our eyes went, so we were thinking, what do we do next? What's our vision for the future? We developed a system of like pillars of care or pillars of practice. So culture, by culture we mean accessibility, the ability for multiple people to participate in something. By disruption, we're talking about institutions, like resources, how can we be disruptive? And systems of care are also about resources. I always think that people who don't talk about money as part of their practice tend to have too much of it, and those with scarce resources tend to think about money quite a lot. The first thing we did was an event called the Sound Device Awards, and it was an architecture award ceremony where no architects could win an award. And we were trying to make the point was that in order to deliver architecture in a building, in a built environment, it requires so many people, from facilities management to the community activists who like secure funding, and this whole wider ecosystem needed to be celebrated. And what we really wanted to do was an architecture awards ceremony. We didn't have to pay for recognition, where you won it without having to somehow give over your cash, your hard-earned cash. So we did the Sound Device Awards. We then followed this up with a book called Now You Know. And I guess what our thinking was that, much like Alice was speaking previously, what would happen if we commissioned all the essays from black and brown architects that mainstream architectural media wouldn't do, put it all in a book and get it out in one go. And it was kind of like, now you know, stop asking us like stupid questions. This is the book, this is what you need to do. And we self-published it, we crowdfunded for it, and we've sold over 2,000 copies, about to do the third print run. And then we started, and then this was all during lockdown, and then lockdown ended, and we were like, what would happen if we tried to bring this into the real world? And we were asked to do a talk at the V&A, and rather than give a talk, I took the budget for the talk and threw a massive house party in the V&A instead. This is just photo evidence of it.
Yeah? All right, come on. Show skirt,
So this was a thing we called the shubs at the V&A, and the shubs is a type of ritualistic act where, so back in the day, lots of black and brown people weren't allowed to have weren't accepted into normal, formal nightclubs. So they created their own domestic club scene, and we brought that into the V&A. So then what do you do to follow that up? Obviously, the next step is co-living in the countryside, so countryside housing. I think what we're interested in doing is continuously shifting the media and the medium by which we work in. We have very few, practice rules. One thing we never do is follow the same project in the same medium after one after the other. So we keep shifting. What we have continued to do is commit our resources into continually commissioning different voices to have architectural criticism. And then we keep gathering people collectively to talk about music, to talk about culture, to talk about ideas. This idea of congregating or rituals of collective imagining. So we have a series called Sound and Solidarity where we make playlists collectively through different themes and ideas. We then installed work in a cinema through a massive party inspired by South Asian daytimer culture, where people used to throw raves in the daytime. And then we got shortlisted with Asif Khan to redesign the National Gallery. And again, rethinking about how do institutions work, why are we held down by this baggage? Are there new ways or more contemporary ways of thinking about these spaces? We threw another shubs, we continue to throw shubs. That's our bread and butter, at this point. But again, how do bodies and people make space and take over institutions? Just more photos. And the great thing about Sound Advice is that myself and Pooja sort of conceived our roles as co-hosts. And the idea is that that's quite a generous way of allowing other people to be involved. So you'll notice there's an event coming up next week in London. I won't be there. I don't have to be there anymore. So we're devolving delegating power of the new institution for other voices to come forwards. And then this is just an image of Mighty Ruler Sound Systems. This is just a really cool original 1960s Jamaican sound system that we rent out every so often. And then something very bizarre happened, which is that we then won, alongside my fellow co-curators, the opportunity to create the British Pavilion at Venice. It's a very strange thing to happen, because we essentially were talking about exactly the same things we were 3 years before, but somehow it suddenly seemed to resonate. And I think in part that's because of the world we built around this thing called sound advice. And I guess what we really wanted to do was to celebrate immaterial culture, but take it on further. So Edward Glissant talks about how music, gesture, and dance are forms of communication, just important as a gift of speech. Then he talks about how our aesthetic form of our cultures must be shaped from these old structures. So what happens when you take the immaterial into the material? This is the team. This is a very cold January in London. And what we've been trying to do throughout this project is to think about different types of institution. So this was actually, the photo was taken in a black-led growing community in North London. And by taking our photo there, we wanted to highlight and refocus the idea of institution, the type of institution that you might see in this project. And this is the project. We've called it Dancing Before the Moon, and it's inspired by a James Baldwin quote I'll show you in a second. There are reasons, after all, that some people wish to colonize the moon, and others dance before it as an ancient friend. So we're very interested in different types of systems and different way of thinking about resources, a non-extractive process of design and thinking about how we make space. I showed this slide previously about how we had culture disruption and care systems when we started Sound Advice. And the pavilion follows a similar trend. So we've got people, and by people we mean the collective. By canon, we mean disrupting sort of agreed theories or agreements of what is valuable. And by cosmos, this idea that there's something much beyond us as human beings. There's a much more planetary system that we have to fit within. And this is what the British Pavilion used to be like. These type of objects, like busts of famous men, that sort of garnish this building for many years. And then these are the artists that we've hired to sort of change the narrative. And what we've been really interested in doing is dismantling this notion of nation state, and talking about diaspora more broadly. So out of the 5 artists we've commissioned, only 1 was born in the UK. We thought it was very interesting to have different perspectives. So we commissioned through the work, through their narratives, rather than through their identity or their origins or where they happen to be born. So left to right, you've got Matt Collins, who's a furniture maker, Sandra Poulsen, who's an artist, Sharonda Corbett, also an artist, works with ceramics, Madhav Kadal, who's a metal worker / architect, and then Yusuf, who is an architect, designer, and all-round interesting human being, I would say. And just to give you a glimpse of this is the image we submitted when we went to bid for the project. And essentially, we were talking about public space, this idea of having a need to look up and look beyond yourself, and this ability to gather people in the pavilion. Very different, I guess. Rather than gathering architecture, let's gather people instead. And the center point of the pavilion, you have these objects that will orbit it, and the objects are rituals translated into material culture. I think material culture is interesting because it's quite privileged to make things physically. To make the Guggenheim, for example, you have to have a patron, you have to have the land, you have to have the ability, the skill sets, the access of labor and resources to do it. Lots of diasporic communities in the UK don't have that privilege. So they then created space through performance and the body and collective acts. So we've got a film that takes the collective acts from the past, places them in the contemporary, and then also thinks about the future. So we're kind of interested in this compression of time as a material, and the idea that we're not really talking about contemporary, the past, or the future. How do we think about the past as not being nostalgic? How do you think about the future as not being something scary, but how we can actually just think about us as people in a much more sort of joyful way? I can't talk too much about the pavilion. I also get done by my British Council NDA, but we open it in less than a month, so you haven't got much time to wait. And what I can't do is show you anything. I thought I'd play you something instead. So as you can imagine, part of the project has been to create a soundtrack for the pavilion. And the reason why I need audience participation is they said as soon as I leave the stage, they'll cut the music. So I was like, how do I delay my walking off music in a way that will allow me to move and then come back again? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find someone in the audience to give a high five to. That will give me enough time to play the song and before exiting the stage. So don't be alarmed. That's the only audience participation I need is someone to give me a high five or a spud. And then we'll play you something. The project is sort of celebrates the voices of the past. And this is one of our favorite quotes by Stuart Hall, which is, "Detours through the past are necessary to make ourselves anew." I think that really sums up what our project's about. It's not looking at the past as from a perspective of nostalgia, but really is the ability to give yourself perspective and the ability to change. and think broadly. So, someone is about to get a high five. I'm going to play you some tunes, and thank you very much. I wasn't expecting the round of applause to like drown out the music, so I might play it again. So this is like disruption at its finest, isn't it? But anyway, goodbye, thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Kyong Park.
Okay. You may be disappointed that I have no image to show about the condition of non-human life forms. Instead, I will talk about the condition of human life forms. So let me begin my talk with a few questions. First, I ask, why are we so isolated when we are supposed to be so connected through globalization of information, finance, and even culture? Why are we so insecure about our future when so many of us are living at unprecedented level of wealth, consumption, and freedom? Why then is the idea of progress taking us closer to extinction than to our perfection that it promised? These questions together wonder how and when did the climate endgame begin? So allow me to speculate that this could be around 1492, the year when Columbus landed in America and when Reconquista was complete on the Iberian Peninsula. This was the beginning of the rise of Western Europe, and of course, later the entire West, that has come to define and dominate the way of life for many of us on this planet, including other forms of life, animate or inanimate. But how could 90 men on 3 pitiful ships would lead to command all the oceans of the world within a half century? Was this when the Christian world took a small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind, across Atlantic, and began to dominate the world and nature to start Anthropocene? Is the great North Atlantic garbage patch that floats is the graveyard to the gyre that allowed Columbus to reach America, and the triangular trade of slaves, cottons, textiles that begot the Western colonial imperialism? Setting off the globalizing chain of production, consumption, and waste was then 1492, the year when we truly became the slayer of the earth, no longer its caretaker. What about the third of 150 tons of silver and gold that Spanish Empire extracted from the mountains of Peru and Mexico that were used to pay for its trade deficit with China? Even Queen Elizabeth I used 3/4 of her profit from 4,700% return by the pirate and slave trader Sir Francis Drake to clear England's entire foreign debt. Later, the British East India Company's opium trade under Queen Victoria helped to pay the British trade deficit with China again. were they set forth by the same gyre that produced the great North Pacific garbage patch, a dirty laundry of a history that was never washed. By the way, it's not a patch, it's about the size of Texas. Economist Utasha Patnaik calculated that Britain extracted about $45 trillion from India from 1765 to 1938, more than 17 times the annual GDP of UK today. This is on top of tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions of South Asians who worked unpaid or underpaid to make the British people more prosperous. What about the 4.25 million South Asians who served in the British India Army to defend Britain in both world wars? Were they compensated equally as the English soldiers? What about the destruction of South Asian textile industry by the British Empire, which may have transferred the birth of Industrial Revolution to England? The environmental crisis is not only about recent or upcoming despoilments. It has already a significant history. To apply an equal level of ecological responsibility to newly and historically polluting nations altogether is asking the former to forget centuries of industrial agriculture and technological pollutions by their colonial masters. This is nothing less than extending the privilege of the colonial era into the environmental era, akin to so many industrial and energy companies that left their pollution behind to local communities after relocating and closing. It is as if British Raj donated its environmental destruction to the people of South Asia as its parting gift for their independence. The future of climate remediation, you know what I'm talking about, right? Is absolutely bound to the past colonial exploitations. But we're the profiteers of colonial and environmental legacy, the consumers of the empires of progress like here, pay back what they owe. They are barely aware of their legacy of environmental destruction in distant land and time when they are even unaware of such in their own land and time. What is the statute of limitation on bringing past ecological devastation as a crime against humanity and nature? Higher population, higher production, and higher consumptions are the triads of progress. Everything must be more and upward in the growth forever economy. In this much happier feedback between human and nature than the mortality-inferring Malthusian catastrophe, it is nature that must be sacrificed to the creative destruction so that our prosperous life can continue. The idea of progress is the most spectacular power that the West has brought to the destruction of our planet. But can this be continued? Does it have an end? The Grand Master of the Temple of GDP may easily have been Edward Louis Bernays, AKA the father of public relations. Effectively translating the libidinal desire of his double uncle Freud into mass consumption, he revolutionized the capitalism of necessity into capitalism of desires. He turned perhaps all of us, into Pavlov's dog, running loose in town-sized shopping malls where we could unleash our stratospheric but never could be satisfied desires in the cold, windowless suburban Eden for the national wealth. Yes, we are told to recycle and reduce pollution and so on, but few are brave enough to stand up against the freedom of consumer choices, our most popular form of democracy. We want to convert our cars into electric, but we are unwilling to make them smaller or buy less. It's patriotic to buy and waste and waste. After all, we're not citizens anymore, just tracked consumers to further income inequality. But such consumptuous happiness is not for everyone because we're not all equal in this wonderful world of voodoo capitalism and autocracy. I fear that the climate change will continue to favor the dominant race, economy, and even geography as we have previewed it in We Were Not All in This Together, COVID-19. Many nations in Global South, along with other developing nations elsewhere, are conscripted to the front lines of the storming environmental crisis. Then I wonder how racism, colonialism, which are deeply sewn into nature and us, would react to the condition of regression when scarcity, not plenty, becomes the rule of our future. So after surviving MAD, the mutually assured destruction in the Cold War, are we about to enter SAD, the self-assured destruction? In a race against time, Celsius, meters, NLR, TFR, ppm, ppt, MWH, kWh, and most of all, percentage have become the tarot cards of our destiny. As a scapegoat, they create a grand fantasy that the problems are all out there, but they are not. They are deep within us. We need to fix our broken self as a civilization, and only then can we reconcile with nature. But are we capable of such self-correction? Did the idea of progress in making us to look only forward, stripped of our ability to be reflective? Is the era of controlling the future not only that of nature, but also of our own coming to an end? If so, then who will control our future in the future? I say it will be history, but not of ours. History, which we always thought was about us and written by us, now wants to liberate from us. Like nature, it fears its own extinction, along with everything else that encountered us. History now wants to be self-determinant and no longer be the necropolis of our great deeds. The real universal history is not Turgot's liberalism, is the one that will put our history on trial for crime against humanity and nature. It wants to find how in the hell we came up with the climate endgame. So this is the premise for the Project 2086, Together How, which will be presented at the Korean Pavilion for the Venice Architectural Biennale 2023. It wished to interrogate our Faustian ideology of progress, and how we have sought unlimited material pleasure through industrialization, colonization, and globalization. The exhibition asserts that not only will the environmental crisis will force us to invent a better eco-cultural paradigm, it will be our best and perhaps even our last chance to become a better humanity. Together, how, therefore, is the question that will take us to the year when our global population is supposed to peak. But remember, the crisis is not the environment, it's us. Thank you.
The mission of the World Around is to amplify, champion, and convene the best of global architecture. Yet facing us all is the largest issue of our time, the global climate emergency. We feel it is not enough just to recognize the established voices of the discipline. In order to solve this problem, we must listen to and invest in the next generation. Which is why we launched a global open call to talented under-25s all over the world with one simple question: what is your climate action project?
My name is Amala Sharifa from Kakamega.
New ways of design architecture, medical,
invest in our generation and amplify our impact.
The World Around Young Climate Prize is a platform to create bridges between generations, between forms of knowledge, between countries. Our Young Climate Prize is a tool to create long-lasting community of like-minded global citizens. They are responding by inventing new materials, transforming waste into products, designing systems to share knowledge, and building communities that generate change. These 25 under-25 gathered as part of a design academy, which was led by the World Around's design champions. These globally renowned designers, architects, artists, and technologists invested their time to help amplify and accelerate the impact of each of the projects through one-on-one mentorships and group workshop sessions.
Every one of us has the power to create change.
To create sustainable communities.
I want to ignite public awareness
for more equitable forms of climate justice.
A que juntos construyamos este espacio de educación y unión.
These are the young climate visionaries, voices, and designers of our time. Welcome to the class of 2023.
Hello, everybody. About a year ago, I came to the World Around's Board of Directors with the idea of a climate prize that would rotate around Earth Day. We really thought that in our position as a convener of everything that you've heard today, the architects, the designers, the thought leaders, the global conversation, we thought there must be a way to integrate this knowledge with the knowledge and the energy of the next generation. I just want to profoundly thank the board for saying yes to this idea that I didn't really know how to do, and for supporting me and my team, Satomi, Blair, of Anna Minhin, and Dan Howarth, who have been part of this process of Young Climate Prize and have made it happen. I first want to thank our new board chair, Adam Flatto, who's been incredible and just a wonderful, generous, supportive human being. Thank you. To Vishaan Chakrabarti, who you've all heard from already today. Elizabeth Diller, thank you so much, Liz, who was instrumental in really conceiving this prize with me. Pete Dillon, who's been with us at the beginning of all time from the World Around. Thanks, Pete, as always, for your support. And also thank you to our founding board chair, Chairman Emeritus Diego Mariquin. Second, I also want to thank our advisory board, which includes the people that came up with the identity of this and the identity of the World Around 2x4. Thank you, Susan Sellers. Thanks to my advisory board for all of your support in making Young Climate Prize happen. And I went to the board first, and the advisory board second, and to Tina Vaz third. Tina Vaz is the head of Meta Open Arts, and they are the reason that we were able to create this prize. And so I'm going to hand the stage over to Tina to say a couple of words. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. It's truly humbling to stand here in the presence of such inspiring thinkers and innovators. Not just the speakers we've heard from today, but also the activists, inventors, archivists, and artists who are members of the Young Climate Prize 25 Under 25 cohort. Meta has been proud to partner with the world around since its inception in 2020, and this year in support of the inaugural Young Climate Prize. The Young Climate Prize celebrates the power and importance of creativity, as well as models of how to build and mobilize communities. More specifically, it recognizes that the next generation of revolutionary and transformative thinking about the future of our planet starts with those who have the greatest stake in the game, young people with their very futures to fight for. Thank you to the world around for raising up the voices of these emerging visionaries. And thank you to the winners for setting an example through their optimism and action, and for showing us new ways to think about our world.
Thanks so much, Tina. Thank you for your support. After we received hundreds of applications for the prize, the cohort of 25 gathered. We had 3 months of mentor sessions, of weekly workshops, of endless group chats, and a jury convened in March to review the work of these brilliant young people. They chose 3 winners, and all 3 of them are here with us today. In addition to the 3 winners, the jury was profoundly moved by another candidate of the 25, a poet from Nigeria called Aziba Ekio. Aziba's work is extraordinary. She is a poet and a writer, and the jury called out her work in particular, and I'm going to use their words. As one of the oldest tools of communication, poetry still manages to remain so powerful today and helps to grow a collective weight around issues. Aziba's poetry is extremely stirring, uplifting, passionate, and moving, and her strong voice in the fight to tackle the climate crisis will undoubtedly be heard. We weren't able to bring Aziba here, unfortunately, but we have asked her to give a small reading, a short reading from her new collection, The Color Green.
Hi, my name is Ekio Aziba, and I'm so sorry that I can't be in New York with you for the summit, but I'm tuning in from Abuja, Nigeria. I'll be performing one of the poems from the collection, The Color Green. I hope it can connect with you. We scuttled along village roads we pretended were runways. Back then, green was just a color and not a manifesto. Black was not the air in my lungs, or the dust beneath my feet, or the fishes that cry bait when the streams are long dead to protest. In Ogbia, there are no more runways. I wake up to the claps of water that steals fragments of my home. I used to think floods were natural disasters. Nature scolds her children, beat down and black by currents, whose penalty only condemns the defenseless. I used to think floods were natural disasters until I watched my father melt down, salvaging vestiges of our home, drenched in what the government names an act of God, a heavenly downpour, a poor drainage system. Poor is the color brown that cannot be tilled anymore. Poor is the color green, floating in bowels fetched from streams stormed by toxins. Poor is the color of wilting varnish, peeling walls, cracked flaws, awash by unfeeling tides. Poor is my brother's tears. Poor is colorless, a well, a stream, a fountain. Every drop flows from a community that is forced to flee home. In Ogbia, there are no more runways. I cannot wheel against the tar. This ground is the ocean's bed. This runway is now a runlet. My brother asks me if our home will still be home by Christmas. I tell him we are survivors, that we've always been survivors. But there is a difference between living and surviving. And surviving, that is no way to live. Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winners of the Young Climate Prize. Congratulations, David, Pamela, and Namra. You all are so wonderful. Enjoy the summit.
We really tried to get Aziba here, and we have promised her that she will come to the next edition of The World Around. So next year, hopefully, we will be able to see her in person. So we're going to give out the awards to the 3 winners, and I'm going to afterwards have a short conversation with them. The first prize is going to be, we have the good fortune of being able to have the mentor of David Kamara, who is here today with us. Dominic Leong, who you heard from earlier, is going to be giving out the Young Climate Designer Award to David. Do you want to come out, Dominic? Thank you. Sorry, read out the, sorry. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay, sorry. So we're gonna wait for David to come out. Yeah, you can go to the center of the stage. We just realized that Dominic was here on site, so we didn't do a rehearsal of this, so sorry. So David, would you like to come out and receive your Young Climate Designer Prize? We are very proud to have today Wendy Fisher, who is the president of the board of the Guggenheim Foundation. Welcome, Wendy. Thank you so much for everything. Wendy is going to be giving the Young Climate Visionary Award to Namra Khalid, who will be here. He's here today from Pakistan. Well done, Namra. And finally, for the Young Climate Voice Award, we have Tina Vaz, once again, who will be giving the Young Climate Voice Award to Pamela. Thanks, Tina. So, welcome to the 3 of you. Welcome to New York. Welcome to the World Around. It is we've had a wonderful time over the last several months as part of the cohort. And well, the first thing I'm going to ask is for each of you to give a short explanation of your project and why you're here, really. But actually, maybe David, do you want to kick us off? Sure. Thank you so much.
I don't know exactly how I'm feeling right now, but I know I'm feeling good, absolutely. So 10 years ago, I had this dream of visiting the United States, of course, and especially coming to New York. And not only coming to New York, but as well visiting the Statue of Liberty. And today, I'm here, not only being in New York, visiting the Statue of Liberty, I'm here in Guggenheim, it's an amazing pleasure. And also, I haven't worn a suit in like 2 years, It feels so good in a suit today. And I just want to appreciate the Beatrice and the all-around team for making it a possibility, a dream. 10 years ago, it happened. I just want to appreciate, and as well, I want to appreciate all of you for coming and celebrating us. And I want to appreciate the young minds, the 25 finalists, and as well, my fellow winners. Come on, give us a round of applause. So my project, I started 3 years ago. It's based in Sierra Leone. So what we do is we recycle plastic waste into tiles and bricks. So we've been working over the last 3 years. Unfortunately, in as much as we've been experiencing eventualities at the end, but notwithstanding, we keep working hard and see we stick to the mission and seeing how we could create more impact in our community. I grew up from the Bombe slum, where basically we just had to contend with plastic waste as part of our living quarters. Plastic, we break fast with plastic, we lunch with plastic, we dinner with plastic. So looking at all these experiences has really taught me, something we should, and as much as we find ourselves in circumstances that does not favor, our conditions, but as well we need to work towards, designing solutions that solve these problems. So the skill is something I learned from my grandpa. It's a long story. I'm pretty sure I'll explain as time goes on. It's something I learned from my grandpa at the age of 13, 14 years old. He as well learned it from his previous ancestors. He taught me, and when I came to when I came to understand how much plastic is a problem in our communities, when it especially contributes to climate change, I just took it upon myself to start with what I have. That's the skill of designing plastic waste into paving tiles, bricks, and currently we are prototyping on how we could use plastic to make roofing sheet as well. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Namra Khalid from Pakistan. I also want to thank Beatrice, Anna, my mentor Hank, and the Guggenheim team, the Meta team for everything they've done so far. Also a big thank you to my family in Pakistan who's watching this live, even though it's 3 a.m. And my family who's traveled from New Jersey and friends who've been here. But also a huge, huge thanks to the entire Karachi cartography team, which is the project. They've been behind this. They've worked tremendously on everything, even though I'm just the person who's representing it here. So my project is Karachi cartography. Pakistan ranks 8th on the climate risk index. Just last year, we had the worst possible floods. 33% of our country was underwater. There were 30 million people who became homeless after that because they lost their homes in the crisis. Karachi did not face that flood, but Karachi does face urban flooding every year, and it keeps becoming worse and worse. The way it happens is as soon as the rain happens, the entire city it shuts down. Water remains stagnant, sometimes in certain areas for even months. The question comes, why is the water not evacuating? There are cities, even New York, which has much more rain than Karachi. It functions, the water evacuates. So to kind of find out what the water channels were they blocked, what not, we started looking at maps. Maps are the basis of all spatial data. They're problem identifiers in a way. Have you ever heard of a doctor saying that a patient needs surgery without conducting diagnostic tests first? The same thing happens with maps. Without looking at maps, how can we go on to propose solutions for the urban flooding crisis or any other crisis related to spaces? So we took a step back. Rather than trying to find solutions, we started identifying the problems in Karachi. And that's when we also realized that maps are not necessarily available. Old maps are still disputed colonial property. a lot of maps have not even been made. So we at Karachi Cartography work to map the city. We have designed, we're making a repository of all old maps that we can find from all across the world, because Karachi's maps are literally everywhere, from India to UK to Czechoslovakia, Japan. So we're trying to find them and collect them together. We're also making the first digital map of all Kachi Abadis, which are informal settlements, to mark out what places in the city are most vulnerable to the climate crisis and what communities are most vulnerable to the climate crisis. Along with this, we're making a one-stop climatic map, which shows what areas are susceptible to what sort of climate challenges. All this data is open access, and we hope that stakeholders, urban planners, can benefit from it and start using it for their solutions later. And eventually, we hope to just use Karachi Cartography as a pilot and move towards making this for all of Pakistan.
Hi, everyone. I also would like to start by thanking everyone at the World Around and who was behind this whole mentorship program, especially you, Beatrice, Anna, and Mariana, my mentor. It was an incredible opportunity to advance climate words. And I would also like to thank the Climate Words team, because without all of you, I don't think we would have been able to advance it as much as we did. So yeah, Climate Words exist to give people the tools they need to talk about climate. Climate literacy is actually incredibly low. There was a 2021 survey that found that less than 15% of respondents in Germany, Italy, UK, France, and the US were climate literate. And that means that 85% of the respondents were climate illiterate. That's actually incredibly high. And something that the study also found was that climate literacy is directly correlated to climate action. So this is where Climate Words comes in. Our mission is to provide climate literacy by curating an extensive lexicon of keywords submitted by experts on the front lines. We invite authors, scientists, activists, indigenous leaders, explorers, and designers to define a word that is central in their work, to choose a word that is central to their work and define it in their own words. With this, we hope to equip everyone from all backgrounds with the necessary tools to take action on the climate crisis.
All three of you, everybody involved in the cohort is under 25. And I think that you've all, different than my generation, you were all born into this crisis. I'd like to know a little bit from each of you, about the moment that you realized that you could see the problem and that you felt that maybe you yourself could be part of the solution. Can you tell me a little bit about that first moment that maybe your project started to develop in your mind? Maybe David, you would like to start?
I actually like telling stories. At the age of 14 years old, I was staying with my grandpa. He's my hero. We used to rear chickens. We have our dogs, cats as pets. But their houses were made of mud bricks. And back in Sierra Leone, we have two seasons. We have the raining season, we have the dry seasons. When it rains, usually the houses of our cats and our dogs will break down. So looking at this, it happens on couple of occasions, and it was quite expensive acquiring cement bricks back home in Sierra Leone. So my grandpa looked at this, and one day he asked me to go out around the community and collect plastic waste and bring it over to the house, which I did. I brought them over to the house, and by the time I could realize, when I came back, I saw my grandpa's made bricks out of the plastic. I was pretty much curious on how exactly he did that. So I asked him, Grandpa, how do you do this? And he taught me how to do it. It took me 6 to 8 months to really master the process of converting this plastic waste into bricks and tiles. So looking at that, then I look at him. If we can construct our pet house with plastic bricks, I said, Grandpa, we're living in a mud house, for God's sake. Why don't we use these bricks as well to construct our house we're living in? I asked him that question. But one thing about my grandpa, he believes me so much. So well, if that been the case, let's see what you got. Fast forward to 2020, I got myself quite interested into the environmental aspect. I started working, initially mobilizing my colleagues in the community. We do beach cleanups, we do community cleanups, these things. But I was going through some various reports, environmental reports. I'm quite interested in environmental sustainability. That was when I came to the understanding of how plastic is causing so much havoc across the world, not only in Sierra Leone. I meant to understand last year, the plastic production is increasing each and every year. Last year, we had over 300 million tons of plastic being produced annually. And not only that, plastic as well is contributing over 5.7% of the global greenhouse gas emission. And by 2050, it's quite projected that we will be having more plastic in the oceans than fish. And I'm pretty sure nobody want to eat plastic here, right? So being informed by all these situations that surrounds me, and we don't have any recycling facility in Sierra Leone, we don't have anything. At the end of the day, this plastic ends up in our oceans, our landfill sites, and they add up to the problem. So I look at this and say, yeah, we could do something out of this. Fortunately for me, I was able to mobilize a team who were quite willing to, push the vision I had for my community. So mobilized in 2020 at the peak of the COVID, it was quite disturbing as well. We started recycling plastic into bricks. We started initially with just few members, and from 2020 on to 2023, as I speak to you currently, we're currently working with 8 to 10 full-time people, and as over 40 to 60 plastic scavengers who collect plastic in the various communities and all. So since 2020 to 2023, currently, I'm proud to let you know that we've recycled over 460 tons of plastic waste while creating over 50 to 60 jobs for community dwellers in our community. Not only that, we lay emphasis on how we could sensitize the community about the hazard of plastic in our community. So we currently have over 9 nature clubs in various schools in the community. And now, our production is getting so big that we are having issues outsourcing plastic. At the end of the day, we go to landfill site, we collect all the plastic, and eventually we don't have raw materials again to make more productions. So currently we're looking forward to expanding to the capital city, which is notorious with plastic waste, and see how we could tackle the issue of plastic as well. So my point here is, my grandpa always used to tell me this. He says, as a young person, you want to solve a problem, look into your community. There is so much we could do in our community. He said, starts with what you have, do what you can, and start at the community where you are. We ain't gonna solve all the problems. You can't solve all the problems. But I believe in collaborative actions. Pamela is working in Mexico, Nambra is working in Pakistan, and I'm working in Sierra Leone. These small efforts, when mobilized together, can create a bigger impact. And at the end of the day, by 2030, 2050, we're gonna have a world we could live and be proud of ourselves that, yeah, we've got this. Thank you.
Namra, I'm going to ask the same question, but with an inflection that you studied architecture. So I'm curious a little bit how maybe you could
tell us about the first moment that you realized that there was this issue around mapping and that Karachi cartography would be your solution. But also, how do you use your architecture training when you set up that project?
Yeah, I think I had a series of moments. I studied architecture here, and when I went back home in August 2020, it had just rained before that, but it wasn't raining anymore. My parents had borrowed my uncle's car to the airport because there was so much water on the road that normal cars couldn't go through it. And despite of bringing a bigger car, we were still getting stuck everywhere, and there was just water everywhere. After my other uncle's house had been damaged, they didn't have electricity for over 2 weeks. The same cycle keeps repeating every year. With the water come waterborne diseases, dengue, mosquitoes, and this just keeps repeating year after year. Originally, I wanted to just do research for myself the way it's done architecturally, using maps and understanding spatial data on what is going wrong. At that point, I realized that our maps are so all over the world, and some of them are even in people's private collections used as decorative pieces in drawing rooms rather than being used as just works for spatial data. Our archives are not necessarily publicly accessible. So what would we do to get maps in people's own private houses? I didn't know what to do. So the idea was, let's make a social media page and start an open call for maps. And we got a really good response at that point. We were, since I was doing the research that I was previously doing, we were trying to map the socio-climatic evolution of the city, also looking at projections. And one thing that kept coming up is that the city is projected to be underwater by 2060. This was so alarming. Because 2060, it's not like some far-fetched future. That's just 37 years from now. It could be very easily in our lifetime, even in our parents' lifetime. And the idea that our city might not exist in our future is just so, I don't even know what the words to use, and this is not a small city, it's the 12th most populous city in the world. At that point, it was like, okay, we need to get together and really start something. It can't just be mapping in private silos. It needs to be publicly accessible. It needs to be involving everyone. And that's how Karachi Cartography was started, and we became a team.
Yeah, so I've been involved in the climate justice movement for a little bit over 6 years now, and I'm not gonna fall. And I've been organizing primarily with Latinas for Climate, which focuses on the intersection of gender and climate justice, with the Escazú Agreement, which is a regional campaign in Latin America that focuses on human rights and climate justice, and the Climate Coalition here in New York City, but also internationally. And with my activism, I've gone to climate conferences such as COP26, COP27, and when I was especially in COP26, I remember being in this big conference center and just hearing people say big fancy words, and many were staying stuck in its science and policy niches. And people in the conference, but also outside of the conference, were not understanding key climate words. And it kind of made me frustrated because a lot of these words were being used for political and greenwashing purposes. So I wanted to do something to be able to kind of just grab the words and be like, hey, that's not what it means. It actually means a lot like this and this. But I didn't want to define the words myself. I wanted to collaborate with those who are at the front lines of climate justice and for them to define the words and be able to claim the language back to its roots and show that so many people are working on this every single day, and there's already so many solutions that exist, and it's just a matter of communicating them correctly.
All of their projects are available on videos on the World Around Young Climate Prize website if you'd like to learn more about them. So we're out of time a little bit, so we're just going to have one final word from each of you. One of the key ideas about the Young Climate Prize was that there should be a bridge between generations, and I think you have all enjoyed being, I know, part of the cohort and connecting with each other. There's, I think, 18 different countries in our cohort of 25 people, which is very apt, of course, for our organization. But importantly, you know, you each had a relationship with a mentor over this three-month period. I would be curious if you had a comment or something that you would perhaps say to our generation or this more establishment generation from your perspective. You know, what have you learned about this? What would you say, you know, to your mentor? What have you said to your mentor that we could learn from you? What would be your message to our generation?
Can I start? So, as I said, I've been in the climate movement, and there it is a space where it's mostly one generation, like 25 and under kind of thing, for the most part. And a lot of the times we're learning from each other, just our generation teaching and supporting each other. And for the first time, I was in a space where I was able to learn from other generations. And through the months, it kind of became an intergenerational collaboration where it genuinely felt like older generations wanted to support us and engage with us so that we together could solve some part of the climate crisis and work on it together. So yeah, it was very special to be able to feel that support that it's not really felt a lot of the times in this fight.
So my mentor is Hank Irving. He's totally amazing, and I also agree with what Pamela just said, that usually it's just our generation who cares about it. Hank, on the other hand, cares a lot, and his work is all around water. He's the water ambassador. He was one of the organizers of the UN Water Conference that just happened last month. And he's also the Dutch special envoy. As you know about Netherlands, Netherlands knows something about water that everyone in the rest of the world can learn. In Urdu, we say something, there's a saying we use in Karachi cartography, it's dost bhi pani, dushman bhi pani, likhni hai tumhe kaun si kahani. It means that water can be your friend, water can be your enemy. It really depends on how you take it. And that's true, because if you start fighting the climate, if you start disrupting the water channels, no matter what, water will win. Maybe you'll win for a day, maybe a year, maybe 50, 100 years, but eventually water will find its path. So what I learned from Hank, and what I think it's something we just need to learn, is that we need to work with the nature rather than in spite of it or despite of it.
I hope that was not for me. You'll have to give me applause afterwards. Keep that one. So, I opened the application for YCP like a month to the deadline. I look at the application, I wasn't interested. Move back, go about my business and all. Like 3 days to the deadline, but each and every morning when I wake up, I keep having this YCP, apply. 3 days to the deadline, I said, okay, then let me just give this a shot and forget about it once and for all. I don't like having thought of something over and over again. I applied. After 3 weeks, I got an email that you've been shortlisted for an interview. Okay, nice. Afterwards, after December 20th, I could still remember I was preparing for Christmas with my housemate when I got an email that I made it to the finals for the YCP. Yee! Excited. We got in, actually, started doing this journey has been quite hectic, quite tough. At some point, I just feel like stepping back and say, okay, let me just try something else. But finding myself in the midst of 25 young other climate champions across the world, collaborating and solving crucial problems in their community stood out for me. Everybody we are quite abject to learning, willing to teach. Nambra and I usually jump into, Zoom. We have an hour and 2 session, having discussion about our project and all. Then through Young Climate Prize, I've been able to collaborate with my other finalist, Stanley. He's not here. Stanley and I, over the last couple of weeks, we've competed in other various climate competitions together, and as well Joseph. Being with them, the ability to push, let's do this, haunts me each and every morning I wake up. Their presence literally, it gives me no rooms for comfortability. It just gives me the zeal and energy to do more. I want to do more and execute it and pursue my dream. I have a dream, by the way. You know what? By 2030, I and my team, we want to recycle over 650 tons of plastic waste, while as well creating jobs for local underserved communities where we operate. And my mentor, I was having issues when it comes to planning. I'm that kind of person who is speed. I was really having issues when it comes to looking at the medium and the long-term strategic planning. So I met one of the best mentors. You should definitely reach out to him for support and all. He's the best, definitely, Mr. Dominic Leong. Yeah, we had our first call. Before jumping to the call, I had to jot down things I would need for, during our course of mentorship. We just had one brief session when it comes to strategic planning. It makes me go, when I went back to the drawing board and analyzed my strategy and plans at a short, at a now, near, and next. So over the last couple of months, it has really given me a more, looking at my project at a more expansive, extensive perspective than just looking at it from the now perspective. And it has really helped me a lot. And not only that, I'm so happy to as well make it to the finals today for the Commonwealth Youth Award in top 4 in Africa, as a result of the plans and things I've mobilized on how I could execute my project more. And so far, so good. This cohort and my mentor combined is the best combo one could ever add. I always have this, I'm a forever student. I always have this, they say when the student is ready, the teacher will always appear. I put myself in a position and I got ready. And of course, the wonderful 24 finalists, they appeared. And as well, Mr. Dominic appeared. And since then, things have changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm gonna thank you so much, all of you. I mean, you must learn more about their works via our website and via their own websites, actually. They all have their own websites. Climate Words, Karachi Cartography, Ecovironment. And thank you all so much for being here. I'm gonna bring on Cyra Levenson, who's been our partner in crime at the Guggenheim here since the end of 2020 when we collaborated on the first edition here. We're so grateful for the Guggenheim support for this program. The Guggenheim has supported the Young Climate Prize, giving you the stage, sharing, we've been working with the team here on public programming. So huge thanks to Cyra, who's also a young climate champion. Cyra.
So thank you, first of all, to our intrepid audience for staying with us for this incredible amount of information that we've learned. We really, really appreciate your time, your attention, your care, and please contact any one of our speakers, including our Climate Think Prize winners, for your own projects. They are all available. Also to Beatrice and to the world around, as I said in the beginning of the day, the most important thing I think we can do as an institution is share our stage and amplify voices, people who are really thinking about how to move us forward into a more equitable world in all the ways that they are. And then to our Climate Prize champions, the 3 here, the 25 finalists, and any and all, please know that the Guggenheim is here to support you. You belong on the stage, you belong in our institution, and we're ready to work together. Thank you to everyone for being here.
That's a wrap for the World Around Summit. Thank you so much, everybody. I hope you had a good day.